Good morning and welcome everyone to the Board of Nursing's Fall 2023 Nursing Education Program Workshop. We appreciate everyone taking the time to join us today to learn some very important information. My name is Lisa Emmerich. I'm Program Manager for Education and Practice for the Board of Nursing, and you'll be hearing from various staff from all sections pretty much of the Board of Nursing. A small change in the presenter today, providing information for the compliance and discipline section. Instead of Nick Seneff, you'll be hearing from Mary Boyer, who is the Chief Enforcement Attorney for the board. Any questions that you may have, and questions are very welcome throughout the day and in the workshop. But any questions you have, please email those to education@nursing.ohio.gov. That is education@nursing.ohio.gov. And you use the same email address regardless of the area in which your question concerns. We will try as best we can to respond to the questions at the end of the section, but regardless, everyone will receive a response to their questions. So we appreciate those. Okay. NCLEX pass rates. That's been a topic for the last several months, especially since the 2022 calendar year pass rates came out. To give you an update on information, current Ohio's NCLEX pass rate average is for RN programs. The state average is at 98% of the national average. So that's where we are at this point. And then for PN programs, we are at 92% of the national average for PN program first-time pass rates. So I just wanted to give you that update. We are and will continue to monitor NCLEX pass rates for the entire calendar year, and then we will look at any other additional actions in 2024 if those are needed. I do want to let you know that board staff are continuing to implement some additional activities to assist programs. For example, we are more directly onboarding new program administrators and contacting them directly and scheduling meetings with them to provide information about their responsibilities as program administrators. We're also planning for quarterly call-in meetings with all programs that will begin later this month. And then the next one is planned for February. So we hope that you will watch for invitations for those as well. And more information will come out about that. Today, we go through quite a bit of materials. There's a plan for a timed break between 11:45 and 12 noon. There may be a few breaks in between, depending on how quickly or how long some of the presentations are. Chantel, I just saw a line where it said that there was a problem with sound. Might have been just an individual. But anyway, we appreciate everyone's attendance today and hope that you have a good workshop experience, and we look forward to your questions and providing you with information. So next, I do appreciate Director Anielski's attendance and presentation today. She has availed herself to talk with you directly about the licensure flawless application process. And Director Anielski, if you're ready to go, thank you very much for presenting today.
Okay, well, welcome everyone. And I believe this is also being recorded. And for those individuals at your schools or organizations that aren't able to watch it live and in person, it will be available that you can watch it at a later time. And we just want the information shared with as many individuals as possible because that helps you out and then also helps us out. So with this, I believe that someone is going to be handling the program or clicking the slides. Is that you, Chantel? Because we can go to the next slide. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to go through the slides, at least for the flawless application process, as Lisa Emmerich indicated, because when we do go out to the schools, and we are more than happy to go in person, we also can do it virtually, that we can actually talk to the students, one-on-one or one in a group to go through all of this process. Because if they know what to do, if you understand what they're supposed to be doing, then you can answer the questions, and then we'll just be having happier students that they'll be getting their exam eligibility. So again, if we can continue to the next slide for the nurse licensure compact and the application process. So the students really have to decide, and we want to make sure that you have all the tools and all the information to answer their questions. They need to decide what's important to them. Are they going to just have a single state license because they want to stay in Ohio? Or do they want a multi-state license that, again, we became part of the Nurse Licensure Compact, or the NLC, beginning of this year, for those individuals that perhaps want to work in other states, perhaps they want to be a traveling nurse, perhaps they're going to join the service. So at least they have options as to what they want to do. And in addition, at any point in time, if they want to convert their single state license to a multi-state license, they can certainly do that, or vice versa. And we really go over all of this with the students and how do they actually get started in the process. So if you look at the map, you can see that everything that is blue, they have already implemented the Nurse Licensure Compact. And the sky blue, if you will, their legislators have already passed legislation to implement the Nurse Licensure Compact, but it isn't full implemented yet. And all of the green indicates that it is going through the process of their general assemblies. So NCSBN has indicated, and I think they really are on their goal, in probably a year or two, all states will be part of the Nurse Licensure Compact. And you can just see the ones that are grayed out, those are the only ones that no action is being taken at this time. And just to remind everyone that the Nurse Licensure Compact for the multi-state license, that really applies to RNs and LPNs. Some individuals thought it was just RNs. No, but it also applies to the LPNs. And again, once they get the multi-state license, they can practice not only in their home state, but right now, any of the Navy states, and soon to be the light blue states. Next slide, please. And again, all of these requirements have to be met by the students themselves. And I want to point out that if someone already has a license and they would like to convert their single state license to a multi-state, in the second row, in the second item, they must submit to a background check, and that is crucial. You cannot get a multi-state license unless you do the one-time deal of getting a background check. And there are some individuals, they want to convert, but they didn't submit a background check. That must be done. And just to remind everyone, background checks are good for 1 year of the date of issuance. So if someone waits to the 13th month to try to, they paid their fee and they've just been waiting, but they didn't finish the process, they will have to get another background check because they are only good for 1 year. Next slide, please. And again, this is just a model that the students can go through. Is the multi-state license good for me? Yes. And we indicate to them if it is yes, then your primary state of residence, or your PSOR, again, PSOR, primary state of residence, must be in Ohio if Ohio is going to issue the multi-state license. And again, you can practice in any other states that has the Nurse Licensure Compact. And if they do want the single state license, they can certainly do that as well. And I will tell you, to get a multi-state license, it does cost $100 to apply versus $75 for a single state license. And when you renew the single state license, that is $65, every 2 years versus $75 for the multi-state license. So there's a little bit cost difference, but the individual needs to determine themselves, is it worth it, because they have the flexibility of going to other states. And especially if you are near the border, any of Ohio borders, and you're crossing over to other states that do have nurse licensure compact, it might be beneficial to them because it gives them more options in their career. Next slide, please. And again, we go over with the students, they have to create an account in eLicense, and they must use their legal name. I cannot stress this enough. So if Catherine is filling out an application, her records with the school are Katie, and her driver's license says Kathy. We have automated the process so much that all the names have to match. Otherwise, then somebody manually has to look at that. So if you can impress upon the students, if it's Catherine on your license, make sure it's Catherine on your PCL. Make sure it's Catherine when you're filling out your background check, just so everything matches, and don't use any nicknames, okay? And I also encourage the students, as all of the board staff does, that use a personal email address. It is very gracious that the schools, some schools let them use their school address, but at some point, you don't know when that's going to be stopped or cut off, or you're not going to be looking at as much. We really want them to put a personal email address when they're filling out the application, and it's basically an email address that they look at frequently. And with that, since they are leaving the school environment, going to a professional environment, and some of the students laugh, but an appropriate professional email address is probably a good idea. And I'll just leave it at that. And the students can also check and e-license your application status as it is going along. Next slide, please. And once they get an application number, schools handle it differently. Some schools, give the students a form that they have to fill out their application number and all other relevant information. Other schools have the students, it's their responsibility to advise their advisor of their application number, but that application is important to have, and to have it accurately. So it is a 9-digit number, not 8, not 10, it's a 9-digit number. And so all of those digits need to be given to the advisor. Next slide. And again, with the background check, I would start the background check and the application process about 60 days before graduation. And we need both state and federal. And when they are going to a web-based fingerprint entity, they need to select the OBN as the direct copy receiver. And you have to have a reason, and that reason is ORC, or Ohio Revised Code 4723.091. There are some locations that just take 0.09, that is fine, but it should be 4723.091, and you need to use that. And we do want to be the direct copy receiver. And I indicate to the students, when they are going to this web check agency, have that person who's filling that out turn their screen around and let the student look at it. This is going to be their livelihood. We have had many cases where the person filling it out didn't indicate that they needed both state and federal. Or because you said Catherine, they put Kathy. They made it short themselves. So it's the student's responsibility to make sure that everything is accurately filled out, because that'll be a flawless application process for the students. And that will eliminate phone calls and emails to yourselves as well as to the Board of Nursing. Next slide, please. Again, we would encourage the electronic fingerprinting There have been people that use the ink on the hands and they put their fingerprints on the card. I'm hoping that I don't even have to bring that up anymore, because then it goes through snail mail to try to get the background check done. I would encourage using all electronic fingerprinting. Next slide. And again, they typically have to schedule an appointment to get their fingerprints done. They need a valid government-issued photo ID. Driver's license is good. And again, the reason for the fingerprinting, again, is Ohio Revised Code 4723.091 is some form of payment. And just to reemphasize that we need to be the direct copy receiver from the drop-down menu for the Ohio Board of Nursing. All important steps. After graduation, and this is key to also inform your students. Some students are under the impression as soon as they graduate on a Sunday, Monday they should get exam eligibility. And I indicate to the students, and I hope all the program administrators communicate to the students themselves, they need to understand as to the length of time that it takes the school to send the program completion letter to the Ohio Board of Nursing. So if I graduate on May 1st, there are some schools that it takes about a week to send their program completion letter to the Ohio Board of Nursing. So the student, if they've done everything and they're just waiting for the program completion letter, if we do not have it, we cannot give them exam eligibility. So whatever that length of time is, we would certainly appreciate it because it would be less stress on the students if they know that. If it's 1 week, if it's 2 weeks, if it's a month, if it's 6 weeks, if they know that, then they understand what the expectation is from the school and also the Ohio Board of Nursing. Because if we do not have the program completion letter, we cannot give them exam eligibility. So they really need to know that time frame. Next slide. And then after we have that program completion letter, they need to register with Pearson VUE. Again, same name, not any nicknames if they haven't used the nicknames, and make sure all the information matches. We do still get phone calls and we still get emails that, I did everything properly, but then we notice it's Katie, Kathy, and Catherine. And especially if it's Katie Catherine Smith, there's several Katie Catherine Smiths. So we need to figure out, who is who. And also to emphasize Pearson VUE. Pearson VUE is the entity that issues the authorization to test, the ATT. The Board of Nursing does not. It is Pearson VUE that does that. And I also want to highlight, which we've noticed, sometimes there are accommodations that are needed to take the test, whether someone needs lower lights, someone needs extra time, whatever. If someone does need that, they should go through the process and submit the appropriate paperwork in order to get that accommodation. Because there are some students that say, well, I'm going to try to do it without an accommodation, even though they should be getting accommodation. Then they don't pass the NCLEX. Then they have to wait 45 days, and then there's more anxiety and frustration. So if you specifically know that a student needs an accommodation, perhaps talk to them and indicate to them it's better to do it up front than to try to do it without the accommodation and then not pass, and then you have to wait longer. Just trying to make it as smooth as possible for the student so they don't have anxiety or stress, because it's stressful enough just taking the test. Next slide, please. And obviously they sign up for their NCLEX and you're officially registered. And I always like to say, hopefully shortly after that, you're officially passed. Next slide, please. Okay, in the Nurse Licensure Compact bill, there was an amendment put in there that indicated that governmental entities, persons, which also mean hospitals, they must report any non-Ohio MSL holders working at your facility. Okay, next slide, please. With that, there is a program with the NCSBN, which is the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. They have a program called Nurses, NURSYS.com. And they have an e-notify system. Next slide. With this e-notify system, if you upload your nurses, you can do it individually if you don't have that many. You can use a spreadsheet, so it'd be easier for you. And if you have thousands and thousands of nurses, which I don't know if anybody has that many, there's another software program that you can use. But what this does with this e-notify system, this will list all your nurses in this system, and then it will automatically tell you whatever email address is utilized, all nurses that have renewed after renewal period is ended, and it'll also tell you of all the nurses that did not renew. So at a touch of a finger, or I guess you will get notification if they renew or not. So then at your fingertips, you will know who is prepared to practice. An additional benefit is if someone is disciplined, they have a multi-state license and they are disciplined in another state, you will also get notification of that as well. So if you do this, this is going to help you. This will also reduce time for your HR department, because sometimes there are HR departments or managers that are asking for copies of everybody's renewal license. You won't have to do that anymore. If you do this the one time, you will automatically get notifications via email for, again, those that have registered, those have renewed, those have not renewed, and if there's any discipline from another state, you'll get notification. And the next slide will give you the gentleman. It is Jason Swartz, or again, this is, you can enroll a nurse or a spreadsheet or API, but with the next slide, there is a person, Jason Swartz. Next slide. Jason Swartz would be able to help you creating the account if you need assistance with the account. So it can certainly be a director of nursing or nursing manager, program administrator, or your IT people can certainly do this. But if you need to take a picture of this slide, they can also help you whatever you need, whether how small it is, your organization is, or how big it is. But it is to your benefits to do this. Then with you doing that, the reports can be generated for the Ohio Board of Nursing that we are mandated to do through law. Next slide, please. And just wanted to point out to you, we need to publicize on our website as to how many out-of-state MSLs are working in the state of Ohio. And as of October 30th, we had over 1,500 RNs, almost 100 LPNs, and I think it's over 100 now. So we're at about 1,610, and we think this is an extremely small fraction as to what is really out there. But we won't know that unless all of the entities that employ nurses upload their information to e-notify. So it is extremely important, since that is mandated by law, that you do that. And again, if you need any assistance, NCSBN, Jason Swartz can help you with that. And I think you got the most benefit of doing this, and we saw a very large increase. A lot of employers uploaded all of their nurses right before October 31st. So, there were a lot of employers doing it last week, because then on November 1st, which was yesterday, they got all those emails of all their employees that renewed, that were RNs, and those that did not renew. So immediately you knew who did renew and who did not in your employment. So it makes it much easier for you and saves your HR a lot of time. And again, if you need help, Jason Swartz is the gentleman that can help you. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I think since January with the nurse licensure compact, it has been going very smoothly, and we are still about anywhere from 1 to 3 business days of getting the students exam eligibility as long as their information is in. And I know that's a far improvement of what has been done in the past. We are always looking at other methods to make us better, quicker, more effective. We also think that our outreach, whether it's through the schools, and again, all you have to do is let us know if you would like for us to make a presentation, and also going to employers, going to different associations, informing them of the mandatory reporting requirements of their employees. That all helps. That eases the questions on your end, that eases the emails and questions on our end. So we will continue to do our outreach. And I don't know if there's another slide. Is there another slide? Oh, and this is a good opportunity I also give to the students. This is a photo op, not of me, but of the slide, just reminding them to apply, 60 days beforehand, get your BCI information in, and exactly what to do. So just a quick summary. And there are pamphlets that we created. That we are handing out. But I know that all the program administrators, you've received it twice now, and we really, really encourage you to take this pamphlet that basically describes what I talked about today and all the steps, and give it to the students. I know when I do present in person, I ask the students if they've ever seen this pamphlet. Majority of them said they have. And when I have a whole student group saying no, they haven't, then I know that it hasn't been passed on. But hopefully, Lisa, you can send it out to all the program administrators again, and we just encourage you to give it to the students. That same pamphlet is also on our website. And with the website, last December, we went to a new platform. We reorganized it because we heard, the comments that, you wanted it easier to understand, you wanted it searchable. So we have converted a lot of the PDFs to HTMLs that now you can search the website. We have a lot of information on the website, and we certainly encourage you to go there. We will be reviewing the website. We have Dean Hyde on the phone, and he is our new public information officer. And if we need to convert some more of the PDFs, we will certainly do that as time allows. We also have Jack Brubaker, who is our legislative liaison, always working with the legislature as to what do we need to do to make it easier for us and more convenient. And I believe Nick Sinif is on the line as well. And he has been, truly working with the NCSBN regarding the NLC. And we also have Karen Unroe on the line as well, who is the licensing supervisor. So if there's any questions, you can certainly, ask any of those individuals, or go directly through Lisa Emmerich, and she can certainly, pass the information on to us and to whoever those people are. And again, just to reiterate, they can check their application status online. And our website is nursing.ohio.gov, and we also have a customer service number. And I will share with you with customer service. We have a couple OBN customer service reps, and we also utilize the Cleveland Site Center. So depending on who you get, the internal customer service can do the one-stop shopping and help you through the process. And the Cleveland Site Center are limited into their assistance. They do a very good job for us and can certainly elevate your area of need to us, that we can certainly help you. But we're trying to do as much outreach as we can, because we know that helps you, that eases, stress for you and for your students. And we just want to get people out in the workforce as quickly as possible, because we know that the nurses are needed. I don't know if there's any more slides. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer any questions. I will. Oh,
I'm sorry, we haven't gotten any email questions for you yet.
okay. So either they're asleep or I did a good job. One of the two. But I will mention to you that with Dean Hyde joining us, we will be doing more videos and even some instructional videos that we will be putting on the website to help with the licensure process, to help with the program completion letters, what should be on there, and so on and so forth. So those will be forthcoming. And we also use social media quite a bit. And so whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's Facebook, we are, and whether it's X, I guess now they call it X, we make announcements, and of course we have our momentum that is electronically sent to anyone that is licensed. So there's a lot of information going out there. If you think that we are not covering something well enough or you need more guidance, please let us know. If you think that there's something new that we haven't touched upon, please let us know. But we just know the more we communicate to you, the more we share information with you, that is just going to make your job easier, and that makes our job easier. So we are open to suggestions as to how we can help you. And so Lisa, I guess I'll turn it over to you, or do I turn it over to the next person?
I'm happy to take over. Thank you, Director. I appreciate it. And very good information. If anyone has questions regarding the information that Director Anielski just provided, please, again, feel free to email those to education@nursing.ohio.gov, and we will forward the question to either Director Anielski or to the licensure team or whomever is the most specific staff to respond. So we appreciate that. Thank you. Now it is my pleasure to introduce the licensure supervisor, Karen Unroe, who will provide information about the licensure process itself. Karen?
Thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here to share the licensure process. Do you have the next slide for me, please? Okay, the Nurse Licensure Compact was implemented on January 1st, 2023, and we are the 39th state to implement this. Your primary state of residence determines where the license will be issued. So when you apply for Ohio multi-state, you have to have proof of your primary state of residence as Ohio. And licensure examination applicants are able to choose between a single state or a multi-state license on their application. The single state fee is $75 and the multi-state fee is $100. Next slide, please. So as you can see, as earlier shown, the NLC map, the Nurse Licensure Compact map, and all of the states that participate. And in blue, you'll see that Pennsylvania and Washington will be implementing in 2024. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, so when you're completing your application, your fees must be paid with a MasterCard, Visa, or Discover card, any debit cards. You want to make sure that your address and your phone number match what is on the record with your financial institution, because if they don't match, your payment will not go through. Applicants need to have access to a computer to complete and submit the application, and applications that are not submitted by paying the fee will remain either in a pending or generate fee status. Once you see that your status has changed to submitted, that means the fee has been paid and it's ready for the licensure unit to review it once your documentation comes in. Next slide, please. There are two paths of licensure for the state of Ohio. For the RN and LPN, you can apply by examination, take the NCLEX exam, or if you are licensed in another state of the United States, you can apply by reciprocity. Next slide, please. The requirements for submitting an examination application is, we ask you to submit your application 60 days before graduation, pay your fee. You need to share your application number with your program administrator. Make sure you give them the APP number plus the 9 digits after that. You must submit a BCI, FBI criminal records check, and it's helpful if you do that 60 days before your graduation at the same time you submit your application. All fees are non-refundable. And if you apply for a reciprocity application, you would register with nurses for a verification of your license in another state. Pennsylvania does not participate in nurses at this time, but will probably soon once they become part of the compact. California LPN does also not participate with nurses verification. Criminal records check is required, both the BCI and the FBI. And the nurses verification includes your examination information from the original state of licensure. And if you also have other licenses in other states that are valid, active, and unrestricted, it will show on that verification as well as your education information. We also require 2 contact hours of Ohio Law and Rule Category A, Law and Rules. Next slide, please. If you are applying for a single state reciprocity application, a temporary license would be issued once we receive the proper license verification. The permit is good for 180 days and it's non-renewable. We do not issue temporary licenses to multi-state applications, only the single state applications. A little bit about program completion letters for the examination applications. They are submitted electronically by the schools as a PDF, and that is uploaded to your application. The program completion letters, the names, and the date of birth must match the information on your examination application. Next slide, please. The program completion letters, there's a program completion letter guidance that's published on the OBN website that gives you the information of how the program completion letters are supposed to be named when the file is sent to the Ohio Board of Nursing. It also gives the administrators the information that is required to be on the program completion letter. Next slide, please. You would register with Pearson VUE once you completed your examination application. Applicants can take their test anywhere in the United States as long as they have registered their jurisdiction for Ohio. And Ohio would receive that result the very next day as if the applicant took the test in Ohio. There are test sites all over Ohio and are usually open every day except Sundays and holidays. The applicant must show identification that matches their name in e-license and Pearson VUE. Their ID all 3 should match. Next slide, please. If the applicant received accommodations throughout the nursing program, they certainly can apply for accommodations for their tests, their NCLEX test. And this could be anything from a reading assistance or extra time, a separate room. But the requirement is there needs to be a letter from the applicant. They would submit this letter at the time they submit their application, and this letter would be regarding their disability and the types of accommodations that they are requesting. The school would send a letter that would match the accommodations the students requesting, and then there would also need to be documentation from a qualified professional that would be sent directly to the board. And this should be on professional letterhead, and it would also list the need for the accommodations due to the disability. Next slide, please. The official results are sent to the Ohio Board of Nursing and by Pearson VUE. And we do not share results over the phone. The results are processed by OBN staff. And once the examination is passed, a license is issued. If the applicants do not pass, there is a letter notifying them of the failure, and it also includes all the steps needed to complete another application to take the test again. And included in this letter is the candidate performance report. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. There are the RN credential and LPN credential. As you can see, RN dot and then the number, LPN dot and then the number. That's how you tell the difference between the RN and the LPN licenses. Next slide, please. RNs renew on the odd years, and we just finished the RN renewal. LPNs renew on the even years, and the renewal period begins July 1st of their respective renewal year. And I would like to say at this time, if you take the test, or if you are licensed by reciprocity prior to July 1st of the renewal year, for example, LPN renewal will begin July 1st of 2024. If you are licensed before July 1st of 2024, the expiration date will be 2024, October 31st, 2024. If you are licensed after July 1st of 2024, then the expiration date would be October 31st, 2026. And I say this because I think it's important to relay this to your students, because sometimes we have questions, like if they're issued their license in May or June of the renewal year, they have to turn around and renew their license after July 1st. So they wonder why they've only had their license for a couple of months and then they have to renew. But that's the cutoff date. So anything prior to July 1st has the renewal date of that same year. After July 1st, it would be the 2-year period that's coming up. Renewals are completed by using the e-license system, and for logon questions, password resets and registration questions, you can contact technical support and the number is given there. And for any basic renewal questions, you can contact customer service, and you can always email licensure@nursing.ohio.gov for questions as well. Next slide, please. License or certificate status can be viewed at Ohio eLicense portal, or you can also verify on nurses.com. Next slide, please. And that's it for today. If you have any questions, please let me know.
So this is Marlene Anielski again. I want to emphasize to the program administrators and also to the students, it is crucial because we have had a high number of payment issues with the bank. So I want to emphasize it is the bank that is rejecting payment because the address that they put on the application does not match the address that is at their bank. And when I say a high number, there are thousands that are being rejected. And again, that adds a level of frustration to the students if they are doing that, and also, if there are nurses that are renewing. So I just want to emphasize, and that just makes me recall, I think I'm going to add that to my presentation as well, because we've had so many try to pay and then it's being rejected. And unfortunately, there are some banks, when it is rejected, they even charge a fee to the user itself. So people have been charged, but that is not the OBN. So that's why we are emphasizing, make sure that the addresses match. Thank you.
Okay, are there licensure questions for Karen? Because we have a gap of time that she might be available to answer that now.
Oh, yes.
We have not received any.
Okay. Were there some prior questions that pertain?
I did forward one to you, Lisa and Karen, from earlier.
Okay, let me see what that is. Okay, it says, is there a tool or resource for a student who wants a multi-state license to know what is in their scope of practice within the various states? So similar to Ohio, any non-Ohio multi-state license holder who comes to Ohio is responsible and accountable for knowing what the law and rules related to practice are within the state of Ohio. The best source of that is the Ohio Board of Nursing's website, which contains law and rules and very specific information. So I would, from my perspective, I would suggest that any multi-state license holder review that respective state board's website for its law and rules. Most have them all published. I know that coming into Ohio, an employer is required to provide information that's also published by the Ohio Board of Nursing on the individual scope of practice, so that those licensees are aware of what their scope and standards of practice are within the state of Ohio, because multi-state license holders do have to comply with the law and rules within the state they are practicing in. So that's the best information I can provide to you. Also, National Council State Boards of Nursing may have some additional information, but I would go straight to the Board of Nursing within the state in which the individual is practicing to look for those particular law and rules and practice information. The second part of the question is, it says, how does the certificate of qualification for employment affect a prospective student's background checks when they are applying for nursing licensure? I'm presuming that's part of the immigration status. And Karen, are you familiar with that term?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
Say that term again.
The certificate of qualification for employment.
We have to, if they are in this country, like through a permanent resident card, and they have a social security number, we do not have to verify that they're employment authorized if they have a permanent resident card or a social security number or a work authorization card. So, because if they have a social security number, they are work authorized. I hope that is helpful.
Yes, but it talks about prospective students' background check. So that may be something they need to just the attorney office of the Attorney General who oversees the background checks. That may be a
Yes.
website they may want to check. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Great. It is 10:36, so we will reconvene. And Mary Boyer, Chief Enforcement Attorney, we appreciate your presentation today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started on licensure by application and the compliance considerations, including the nurse licensure compact. Chantel, if you can move that on. Yep, perfect. So the role of the compliance unit is to investigate possible violations of the Ohio Nurse Practice Act and to carry out any disciplinary directives from either the board or the board supervising member for disciplinary matters. And the Nurse Practice Act can be found in Ohio Revised Code, Chapter 4723, and the discipline is specifically in 4723.28. And there is a link there to go to that. Next slide, please. As I'm sure you are all aware, on either a new application or renewal applications, there are compliance questions that you are asked. And those include if you've had any criminal convictions, any substance use issues. Recently, the mental health questions have been removed from the applications, as well as any investigations or discipline on any other licenses, such as if you have a paramedic license, you were a teacher in the past or currently are, as well as discipline on a nursing license from any other state, or if you are reporting working as a nurse without a license. And there's a note here that with the multi-state license, alternative programs, if you're participating in alternative programs, or if you have felony convictions, that can negatively impact your ability to get a MSL license. Next, so potentially disqualifying offenses. There used to be codified in state law 11 automatic bars to receiving a nursing license. That included murder, I think voluntary manslaughter, arson, rape, aggravated assault. But I think it was maybe the past 3 years or so, the legislature has changed that, and the governor signed it into law, where those disqualifying offenses are now no longer automatic bars. So this law also directed that all licensing boards put on their websites what the possible disqualifying offenses could be. And there's a link again here on this slide for where that is on the Ohio Board of Nursing's website. And this was oh, can you go back, please? The recent legislation was House Bill 263. And there's also a disqualifying offenses email address that you can click on and send in a question. However, OB and staff cannot provide opinions pertaining to an applicant's criminal history. An applicant may be subject to proposed license denial for failing to fully and accurately disclose criminal history. Next, please. So what does this all mean? If an application is sent to the compliance unit, it absolutely does not automatically mean there will be an issue with licensing that applicant. In fact, most people who come to compliance end up getting either being allowed to test or getting licensed if it's an endorsement application. again, yeah, most of the applications are approved. Those that are not approved rarely result in an outright denial of the application. It might be that a consent agreement is offered or a notice is issued, but not an outright denial. And remember, it is always, always best to report. Even if you're on the fence about whether it should be reported, report it. Better to let us know about it than for us to find out about it. Next, please. Investigations. So when an application comes in, you have to complete the application fully, pay your fee, and go through background checks. So once all those components are completed, the background checks have both been received, both from BCI, which is state of Ohio, as well as FBI, which is for the 49 other states. Once all that information has been received, the application is marked as complete, which means that it can then move on to compliance. If there's a compliance issue, applicant will receive an email advising them that the application has been sent to the compliance unit, as well as contact information if they have any questions. Next, please. The compliance unit will perform a review, including but not limited to contacting the applicant for additional information, assigning it to an investigator if necessary, and presenting the case to the board supervising member for disciplinary matters, again, only if necessary. Next, please. What is the applicant required to provide? The first thing is, if you're reporting anything, an explanation of the events, including the date and the county of the incident. Again, the who, what, when, where questions. A certified copy of any indictment, criminal complaint, journal entry, anything like that from the court, and it needs to be certified. And if there's any sort of treatment that the applicant has undergone or is currently undergoing, a letter from the treatment provider detailing the recovery efforts and the treatment outlook. Next, please. Time frame. Review by the compliance unit may take up to 3 weeks once the application is marked as complete and sent to the compliance unit. The goal is 1 week, and current processing time is 1 to 3 days, which is excellent. Multi-state licensure implementation may increase processing time. Next. Potential delays and how an application can get stuck is if there's information that is missing, you don't give a explanation of what occurred when you got a disorderly, conviction or whatever. The board needs to obtain information not provided by the applicant, or to acquire information that the applicant was unable to obtain, or if there was incorrect contact information and we have questions, but we have a bad email address for you, or a phone number that is no longer good. Next, please. Potential outcomes once a application comes to compliance is, first off, is the case could be closed. Applicant receives the approval to test and to be licensed, and you get your ATT, and the applicant can test. The case is closed and approved to test, or for the license to be issued, but the board issues an advisory letter. An advisory letter is confidential, and it sets out continuing education that the board or the board supervising member believes would be beneficial to the applicant, and it's outlined right on the advisory letter what courses or what areas the education should be in and how many hours. The applicant could also be offered a consent agreement, which is basically a contract between the applicant and the board that and this would be public, and it could be anywhere from a reprimand with a fine and continuing education all the way up to, a suspension. I guess you would not be able to get licensed until you ran through the or completed the terms of the consent agreement. The highest level of discipline would be a notice of opportunity for hearing. And this is where we lay out what we believe are the violations of the Nurse Practice Act, that revised code 4723. And then that is sent out, and then the applicant can either choose to have a hearing in front of a hearing examiner, or cannot request one, and then it would go straight to the board, and the board would issue an order which would lay out the terms of the discipline. Next, please. So some cautionary bullet points here. Be very careful when advising students on whether or not they should report a conviction. Failure to report a conviction is a Nurse Practice Act violation. It's called a P violation. Or no, I'm sorry, for applicants, it would be an A violation. So not reporting something to the board can be problematic. Do not complete the application for the student. Student must be doing their own applications, and there's an attestation statement at the end when they sign that they're the one who filled out the application and provided all the information. If the application is completed in class, remember that some students may not want to reveal criminal history. If their fellow students sitting around, it's kind of in a public space. Next, please. So we're going to go through some scenarios. Question 1. Student has recently been convicted of a misdemeanor criminal trespass charge. It does not appear on their BCI FBI reports that they submitted to the board. True or false? The student does not need to report the conviction. I'll give you a minute to think. Answer, or no, go ahead, Chantel. The answer is false. All convictions must be reported, including if the person received diversion or ILC, which is intervention in lieu of conviction, even if the applicant knows that the ILC or diversion is not showing up on their background check. Traffic offenses such as speeding tickets, seatbelt violations, unlawful lane changing, that kind of stuff does not need to be reported. But any type of drunk driving related offense must be reported. That includes OVIs, DUIs, physical control. Any of those must be reported. And again, just as I stated earlier, failure to report a criminal conviction could result in discipline. Again, it's that for applicants, it's that A violation. Next, please. Question 2. 5 years ago, a student received pretrial diversion for a misdemeanor theft charge. True or false? Student needs to report on their application. Next. True. Diversion does typically require the defendant to plead guilty to whatever the charge is. After the defendant completes the terms and conditions of diversion, the case may be dismissed. Next. Question number 3. A student who is preparing to submit an application used heroin 6 months ago, but has been sober since April 30th of 22 and received treatment. True or false? Because the student received treatment, their substance use does not need to be reported on their application. True or false? Next. False. The relevant question here is if the substance use is current, quote unquote, and current means recently enough so that the use of drugs may have an ongoing impact on one's functioning as a certificate holder or as a licensee. Next. Question number 4. A student who's about to complete an application has had previous action in juvenile court. True or false? The student needs to report the juvenile court actions on their application. Next. False. The Board of Nursing does not require any juvenile records to be disclosed. Next. All right, this is a bonus question and somewhat of a trick question. A student was charged with criminal mischief but pled guilty to disorderly conduct 10 years ago. The student was placed on probation for 1 year, during which time the student was required to complete an anger management course. Student completed the probation without any issues. 3 years ago, the student applied to have the record of their conviction sealed, and the court granted that application and sealed the criminal conviction. And it has now been sealed for 3 years. True or false? The student needs to report that conviction despite it being sealed. Next. So that's why it's a trick question. Sealed records, which we're seeing a lot more of now. It used to be pretty rare that criminal matters were sealed, but it's becoming much more common. If the conviction has a direct and substantial connection to nursing practice, the board can still look at it because of that direct and substantial connection. But if it does not, then the record is sealed, and for us to be able to look at that would defeat the purpose of the record being sealed in the first place. But if there's a direct and substantial connection, we can take a look at it because it would impact the ability, for us to protect the public. And that is why I always advocate reporting everything. And that way someone can't come back to you and say, well, you failed to report this to us. So sealing of records can sometimes get to be a sticky matter. Next, please. Nurse licensure compact. Next. So the real positives of the NLC and why it has swept the country. I think there are now 42 states that are in the compact. Is it enhances public protection, it improves access to care, and it increases the nurse's ability to be mobile and can go to different states without having to apply for licensure in each state. Next, please. To prepare for your multi-state license, there are 11 requirements. You must meet the PSOR is primary state of residence licensure requirements, and that's usually where you your driver's license is, where you are registered to vote. Those type of things are indicia of your primary state of residence. You've graduated from a nursing program, that you have passed English proficiency exams if applicable. You've passed either the NCLEX RN or the NCLEX PN exam. You hold an active license. You have submitted your BCI and FBI background checks. You have not been convicted or found guilty of a felony. You have no misdemeanor convictions related to nursing. You are not currently in an alternative program, and alternative programs are confidential programs where applicants or licensees can receive drug and alcohol treatment. And again, it's confidential so that the person can get the treatment they need without necessarily negatively impacting their professional license. If you self-disclose participation in an alternative program, and you have to have a valid United States Social Security number. Something else I was going to say regarding requirements. So felony. If you have any type of felony, no matter what it is, you are precluded from getting an MSL. That is not necessarily true for a single state license. And again, if you would report that on an application, then the application would come to compliance once the application was complete, and the compliance unit would be reviewing that and seeing what the felony was about, how long ago it occurred, what the circumstances were, to see if that would have any impact on receiving a single state license. Next, please. The benefits of hiring a nurse with an MSL: immediate availability to begin the assignment, saving time and cost for the employer to hire. Thorough background checks are already done to ensure that nurses meet all standard licensing requirements, as well as continued workforce development and expansion. Next, please. Verification. This is through nurses.com, which is an arm of the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. Next slide, please. And e-Notify will provide automated license status updates. So you can find out if who has renewed and who hasn't. If a license would be placed on an inactive status, if it's suspended, any type of discipline, all that would show up, as well as the expiration of and the disciplinary status updates would all be, you'd be able to get that through automatic notifications. Next, please. So the nurse license compact and compliance. While a single state license may be issued despite compliance issue, this is just a reiteration of what I just said. Criminal convictions, encumbrances on another license, say a probation on your paramedic license or something, these issues may disqualify an applicant from obtaining an MSL. If a student is not eligible for an MSL, the student may still apply for a single state license. Next, please. Okay, wow, we're already done. That was quick. Are there any questions?
No, there are not any more questions.
No. Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary, for that presentation. I had one question that came in, not related to compliance, but I'll go ahead and respond to it. It's about continuing education. They asked, are nurses required to complete the required continuing education for other states where they are practicing? For example, a nurse lives in Ohio, has an Ohio-issued multi-state license, but is now working in West Virginia. Are they required to complete West Virginia's continuing education? So with respect to the question, I have to narrow that when we're talking about continuing education in this context, we're talking about continuing education for purposes of licensure maintenance. Remember, nurses obtain a lot of continuing education for their employment requirements, for maintaining their national certifications, even as an RN. There's various reasons, but I'm speaking to this with respect to licensure maintenance. So every person who holds an Ohio license, nursing license, whether it is a single state or a multi-state license, they are required to complete the Ohio's licensure maintenance requirements, regardless of the state in which they're actually practicing. And I say that because if it was the reverse, if it was a West Virginia nurse who holds a West Virginia multi-state license, and that individual is practicing in Ohio, the Ohio Board of Nursing does not even know that that particular nurse is practicing in Ohio, and we have no governance over the license of that nurse. That would come under the West Virginia board. So in short, the state that has issued the license sets the licensure maintenance requirements related to continuing education, and that is for Ohio. All Ohio licensed nurses comply with the licensure maintenance CE. So I hope that helps. Okay. And thank you again, Mary. We'll forward any other questions that we receive to you to respond. We're running a bit ahead, but I believe that Anita DePasquale, advisory attorney for education, practice, and licensure, is available. And we will go ahead and proceed with her presentation. And then I'll defer to Christy Oles and Lisa Hashemian as to how much of a break between Anita's presentation and the beginning of yours. This might be a good time that you may want to have an extended break. But it's my pleasure to present Anita DePasquale.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anita DePasquale. I'm the advisory attorney for education, practice, and licensure here at the board. Really appreciate your including me this morning. We here in the practice unit really appreciate being able to push out information about all of the practice resources that are available to you and to your students, primarily through the board's, as the director referenced, relatively newly redesigned website. So I'm going to take a couple minutes to just walk you through where you can locate practice resources on the board's website, and again, where your students could do so when the need arises. If we could have the next slide, please. As you look across the ribbon at the top, you see licensing and certification, continuing ed, and pre-licensure education, compliance and reg, and practice and resources, practice and prescribing resources, and then the About Us tab. Today, we're going to focus on the three to the right there. So we're not going to go straight to practice and prescribing, but we're going to start on the next slide at compliance and regulation. There you go. We're starting here because this is where the board has housed the law and rules, links to the law and rules. And you can always, of course, Google these yourselves, but these are links that will take you to the Ohio Revised Code, which are the statutes or laws that are enacted by the Ohio legislature. And then the links below there are the administrative rules that are adopted by the Ohio Board of Nursing itself. The purpose of the rules is always to implement an existing statute. Sometimes the statutes don't lay out the details as to how something should be implemented. And so that is the purpose of the rules. Or a statute might actually say, the relevant board or agency shall adopt rules implementing this statute. So that's why there are two separate bodies. And what the rules I'd like to especially point out while we're on this page, because they are themselves, they are the regulatory items, but they are themselves also wonderful practice resources. I think it's certainly worth, I am not a nurse myself, but I certainly think it's certainly worth it for any nurse or nursing student to regularly review, for example, Chapter 4723-4, Standards of Practice Relative to Registered Nurses or Licensed Practical Nurses. If you click on that link, you'll see that 403 lays out standards relative to RN specifically. 404 lays out standards relative to licensed practical nurses specifically. And then 406 applies to all licensees, for example. I think that's a chapter that's worth rereading regularly as a wonderful piece of practice guidance, if you will. A couple of other chapters I'd like to point out, because these are chapters that we get a lot of questions about, not about the rules, but about the topic covered by the rule. And so what we do in our responses is we try as much as possible to speak right back through the rules. So I want to point out Chapter 4723.13, Delegation of Nursing Tasks. We receive a fair number of questions about delegation. Who may delegate, under what circumstances, what are the standards that need to be met when a nurse is delegating. So I want to point that one out as another one that may be very good to guide your students to really parse through that and understand it, so that when they are in practice, they will be very familiar with the rules and also know exactly where to go when a question arises. Always good to go straight to the source, in addition to practice guidance generated by the board that we'll get to in a minute. You can't see it on the screen, but if you were live on the screen and scrolled down, there are a couple of other chapters that I would like to point out to you. Chapter 4723.17, Intravenous Therapy Courses for Licensed Practical Nurses. I want to point this out for a couple of reasons. First and foremost, because the board receives many questions about LPN IV therapy standards. So I want to give a shout out to this chapter because it is going to be changing. I'm trying to pick my words carefully here. This is a little bit complicated, but it is all explained in a Momentum article. And if you have any question about it when I'm finished speaking about it, at the end of this slide presentation, there will be an email that you can write to. I'm happy to send you a response, but I want to give you a preview of what I think is going to be happening with Chapter 17. So the Ohio legislature passed House Bill 509 effective April 2023. And it, as I think all of you know, eliminated board certification of LPN IV therapy. It did not in any way change the standards of LPN IV therapy. So when we were reviewing the rules, and we're always reviewing them and trying to streamline them and make them as accessible and helpful to people as possible, a determination was made that we would keep the parts of 4723.17 that lay out the standards of LPN IV therapy, what the LPN may and may not do. We would keep that and move it to Chapter 4723.4, which we just talked about. Doing that, moving the standards of LPN IV therapy to Chapter 4723.4 is a nice way to consolidate standards of nursing practice in one chapter, and also allows us to completely rescind Chapter 17, because everything else in Chapter 17 relates to the board's certification of LPNs that previously was required in order for them to be authorized to engage in LPN IV therapy. So since, since HB 509 eliminated that function of the board, there really isn't a need for a Chapter 17. So just letting you know, we're in the middle of the rules making process right now. That has not gone into effect. If you looked online right now, there is a Chapter 17. And that is still where the standards are located currently. These changes that are being proposed and that are going through the rulemaking process would take effect February 1, 2024, assuming that all goes well with the required hearings and processes. But I did want to just give you a heads up. If you have questions about this, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit and reference the Momentum. The Momentum is the board's quarterly magazine. If you have questions about this, what is HB 509? What did it do? There's an article in the spring 2023 Momentum, which is available online. It lays out in great detail at page 12 what HB 509 did in terms of eliminating LPN IV therapy certification, but not changing standards. And then in that same magazine at page 10, there is a 2-page article kind of covering standards of LPN IV therapy care. So that's a good magazine to pull up, certainly if you have questions about this, but also just in general, because as I said, we do get a lot of questions about LPN IV therapy. Wonderful resource. Just wanted to mention that since we were talking about rules, even though it's not all quite done yet, you've gotten a little preview on a change. If this does all go through, you could expect to see an article summarizing these changes in the spring, winter or spring 2024 momentum. We always summarize our rule changes in that first or second momentum of each new year. Okay, so going back to the list that I'm sorry you can't see unless you scroll down further in the administrative rules, but I also did want to just mention Chapter 472323 covers dialysis technicians and their standards of care, and 472326 relates to community health workers. 472327 medication administration by certified medication aides. If you are involved in practice involving any of those practitioners, just highlighting where those chapters are. And of course, since nursing delegation is involved in all of those, I would again take you back to the very helpful chapter 472313 to review that if you do work with or are covering the topic, since your educators are covering the topics of DT, CHWs, or certified medication aides. Okay, moving on to the next page. Next slide, please. So then if you moved on to the practice and prescribing page itself, you would see that you can locate the interpretive guidelines here, among other resources that we'll get to next. But let me just take a minute to tell you about interpretive guidelines. Over the years, the board has adopted about a dozen or so interpretive guidelines. These are regarding select nursing activities or procedures. They do not announce any new rule or policy or law. They are not themselves enforceable against someone. So you heard Mary Boyer speak about compliance. Nobody would be disciplined for failing to adhere to an interpretive guideline. The interpretive guidelines themselves are board guidance about utilizing current line rule for those licensees who seek to engage in safe nursing practice around these particular practices that have been chosen. As you can imagine, over the years, the board has issued interpretive guidelines on those practices that the board received many questions about. So some of the topics, for example, let me just make a little side comment here. When you go to this page currently, you can't quite see the full title of each IG, but as the director mentioned, we are continually working to improve the website itself. And that's one of the items that will get worked on. Instead of the white space under the partial title, the full title should appear soon. But anyway, some of the IGs that are available are IGs about the licensed nurse's role in the care of patients receiving injected medications for cosmetic and aesthetic treatment. I mentioned that one. That is one of our, I think, very most popular IGs. And by that, what I mean is it gets sent out most frequently, probably, because it's just a question that we, a topic, a practice that we receive a lot of questions about. Other ones are the RN insertion of an internal jugular CVC. The board has provided guidance about that process. Guidelines for registered nurse role during emergent intubation. the RN role in the care of patients undergoing cardiac stress testing. Those are just a few, and I won't read all of them. You can certainly click on the page and see what the other eight or nine are. But I just wanted to point out that these can be very valuable when someone is engaged in this practice, and also just to see how it is that if you're engaged in a practice that's close to one of these practices, to see how the board has laid out how a nurse should think about their role. I would also urge you, if you see the first square there, utilizing interpretive guidelines, I would urge you that if you use any of these interpretive guidelines, or if you're, suggest that your students read any of the interpretive guidelines, please also read the utilizing interpretive guidelines. That is the companion document that goes with all of the IGs. It stresses or reiterates that the IGs do not themselves state law or rule. They are utilizing existing law and rule. I think that covers IG. If we could go to the next slide. And there you see the other topics. We could go to the next slide, please. There you go. And on this page, upper left corner, here are some other practice resources other than the interpretive guidelines. You see the nursing practice and scopes of practice. That is, on that page, you will find information that is about 4 or 5 pages that lays out in narrative form a description of the RN scope of practice, the LPN scope of practice, and I think very helpfully distinguishes one from another in certain important arenas. Who may assess? What is the role as LPN in assessing? What is the RN's role in assessing? Who supervises? Who can evaluate nursing practice is one of the questions there. And again, this is all kind of in narrative form and very helpful. The next document to the right there, the RN and LPN decision-making model, that's more of an algorithmic flowchart, if you will, that walks a reader through how an RN or an LPN decides whether they could, consistent with standards of care, engage in a task, activity, or procedure. So when they're presented with the question of, oh, I'm being asked to do something I've never been asked to do before, this is a great place to start to help them figure out whether they could meet the standards of care in carrying that out. After, of course, they look to their scope under 4723.01 Ohio Revised Code. Pardon me, it's not showing here, but there is another resource I want to point out, which is board staff have published an RN and LPN FAQ that includes about 15 of the most frequently asked questions and their answers. That is also, can be very helpful. And then finally, can I go to the next slide and see what we have there? Okay, good. So then the Momentum magazine is itself a wonderful resource, usually has a couple of practice articles in it. And you will, I've mentioned one, which is the Spring 2023, includes the 2 articles about HB 509 and LPN IV therapy. It isn't up there yet, but the just published, let me get the correct, fall 2023 Momentum, which isn't on there yet, but will be there shortly. It has articles on the nurse's responsibility to initiate CPR and pronouncement of death limitations, and an article on do not resuscitate and what those orders mean in nurse practice. I want to mention that because you were provided and a one-page article in your materials, nursing practice resource material on the Ohio Board of Nursing website. So if you're reading through there late now or later, I want to point out a couple of things. One is it says that the Momentum magazines are available under the forms and publications link. This article that you've been provided was published in 2020 prior to the website redesign. So just want to make clear that the Momentum magazines are actually available on the board's homepage, lower right-hand corner. And then also under the About Us, if you go to that About Us tab there in the upper ribbon, you will see that it populates more of the available Momentum magazines. I also wanted to point out that the fall 2023 Momentum, which will get posted shortly, does include those 2 articles. And the reason I wanted to say that was when you look at the article you've been provided, it says that those articles are in the fall 2020 Momentum, and you will see that the fall 2020 Momentum is not available on the board's website. I'm pointing this out because I just want to say that we try to make just the most recent Momentum magazines available so that all of the information you're getting is current. And but we also are updating and republishing articles of great interest, like the 2 that will be in the fall 2023 magazine. So if you see something in the article and you say like, oh, I don't see where I can get that. If it's very popular and we get a lot of questions about it, it's very likely been published in one of the more recent Momentums. So if we go to the next slide. If you have, let's go to the next one. That's the general contact us. But so if you have a question about an article you saw once and you can't find it anymore, or if you have a question about the HB 509 that we talked about, or anything that I mentioned today, please feel free to write to one of the 2 addresses there. Well, probably the Practice RN and LPN Nursing, I would imagine. Feel free to write to that. We will respond with our practice resources and get you the information you are looking for. I did receive one question. You see. But I had to write back to that person to ask them a follow-up question. So let me check here. Okay, so I'm seeing there are no additional questions. So the person who submitted a question about I think the question is about the required employer reporting of non-Ohio MSLs. I think that's what it's about. I have written directly back to you and I will respond to you via email separately. If there are no other questions, let me just double check. I do not see any other questions. So I will turn this back over. Thank you so much for your time.
Go ahead and get started. My name is Lisa Hashimian. I'm one of the education regulatory surveyors for the Ohio Board of Nursing. I'll be joined today by Dr. Christy Oles. She's the other education regulatory surveyor, as well as Chantel Warren. She's our administrative professional. She will help us out today. So we are going to talk about nursing education, pre-licensed nursing education in Ohio. Next slide, please. I want to remind you, if you have any questions, please email us at education@nursing.ohio.gov. We will either answer your questions at the end or forward them to the appropriate department and they will get back to you. Okay. So our topics for today, next slide, we're going to go over law and rule, an overview of law and rule. I will do that part, and then Christy will be talking about the survey visit process, annual reports, the annual report, sorry. NCLEX scores, it'll be Christy and Chantel. We'll talk about our advisory groups, where to find information on the website, program completion letters, some general information about education, and then we'll answer any questions for you. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to start with Chapter 4723-5 of the Ohio Administrative Code. Those are the rules that contain the requirements for pre-licensed nursing education in Ohio. Chapter 5, we refer to as Chapter 5. These are the minimum standards for pre-licensed nursing education. Next, please. And I put some slides in here where you can find the law and rules on the website. If you go to nursing.ohio.gov and go to the tab under Compliance and Regulation, you'll find Law and Rules. If you go down to the administrative rules, you'll see a whole list of rules. I believe Anita showed this earlier. And you want to go down to Chapter 4723-5 for nursing education programs. Those are the rules we'll be looking at. I will encourage you to get the rules directly from the website because they are the most current on the website. Next, please. And also under law and rules, you'll see at the beginning is Chapter 4723 of the Ohio Revised Code. That's the Nurse Practice Act. That's the law that gives us the authority to write and implement the rules. Next, please. The first rule we're going to talk about in Chapter 5 is definitions. This is a very important rule. It's a great reference. If you have a question about what something means, always start in Rule 1 with the definitions. We do have a lot of definitions in there. The first one is, what is the definition of a clinical course? That means a nursing course that includes clinical experience. And this will be important when we talk about lengths of programs later. Next, please. Clinical experience. So we get this is one of our a very commonly asked question. Is this a clinical experience, or what counts as a clinical experience? So I'll read the definition and we'll talk about what that means. It means an activity planned to meet course objectives or outcomes and to provide a nursing student with the opportunity to practice cognitive, psychomotor, and affective skills in the supervised delivery of nursing care to an individual or group of individuals who require nursing care. So if you're asking if something is a clinical experience, it has to meet course objectives or outcomes. It has to provide the student with the opportunity to practice nursing skills. It has to be supervised either by faculty, teaching assistant, or preceptor. And you have to be, again, providing nursing care to an individual or group of individuals who require nursing care. So it's not necessarily where they're at, but what are the students doing also? And is it meeting course objectives? So a question that we'll get is, we're at a doctor's office. Is that a clinical experience? So I'll say, let's pull out the definition and look. I don't know. So first of all, again, does it meet course objectives or outcomes? Are they practicing nursing care? Is it supervised? So are they, let's say, getting patients ready to see the doctor at a physician's office, maybe doing vital signs, taking histories, weighing, measuring, collecting urine samples, whatever they're doing. That could be part, and that could be part of the clinical experience. Or are they just shadowing, let's say, a front office person watching people get checked in and out? That may not be a clinical experience. Again, it's what are the students doing there. Next, please. We added this one in. We have a definition for compliance because that's what this is all about. That means a program meets and maintains the requirements set forth in this chapter, Chapter 5. Next slide, please. We also define controlling agency. So the controlling agency, the definition is means the entity that grants credentials upon the completion of a program and under which a program is organized and administrated. So the controlling agency basically is who is above the nursing program. So it might be, let's say, for example, a university that the nursing program's part of. That would be the controlling agency. Next, please. Another one is lab experience. We get questions about, so is this a lab experience? Is this a clinical experience? So the definition, again, it has to meet course objectives or outcomes, gives the students, the nursing student, the opportunity to practice cognitive, psychomotor, and affective skills in the performance of nursing activities or tasks in a simulated clinical environment, which may include the opportunity to practice nursing skills through the reproduction of lifelike healthcare experiences using computerized models and simulator programs. So if it's a simulated program, a simulated experience, whether it be hands-on, computer-based, what have you, that is considered a lab experience per definition. Next slide, please. Another definition, and this will come up when we're talking about records and qualifications, is current valid licensure. It means, and this is regarding nursing license, an individual holds a license to practice nursing that is not inactive, suspended, revoked, subject to restrictions, or subject to a consent agreement or board order with remaining terms or conditions that the individual has not satisfied, and for which the individual continue to meet all the requirements of issuance. This would include a multi-state license, which we'll talk a little bit more about how that plays into Chapter 5, and that there's no current restrictions, current consent agreement items, current discipline on a nursing license. And know that all this information, any discipline against a nurse, once a board takes action against a nurse, that is all public record. And we'll show you where you can find that on the website. And if you're not sure if discipline is current or not, you can always contact us and we can get in touch with the compliance unit to find out what the current status is. Next. Next, we have supervision of a nursing student in a clinical setting. This means that a faculty meeting member, teaching assistant, or preceptor is immediately available to a nursing student at all times to provide guidance and review of the student's performance. What is immediately available is dependent upon the clinical situation, and that's up to the program to determine. You know what the clinical situation is, you know the skill levels of the students, you know the course objectives and outcomes, all of that. For example, this is the example I always use, but it's true, is the first time students are passing meds and clinicals, immediately available probably means someone's side by side with them, and that's appropriate for that setting or for that clinical setting. Versus a student maybe near the end of their program, they may be in a community health setting or a home care setting, and immediately available might be by a phone call, and that would be appropriate for that setting. Again, we would certainly step in if there's any questions about whether it's appropriate or not, but it's generally up to the program to determine what level of supervision is appropriate for that student in that setting. You know, we do get emails occasionally, usually from like teaching assistants, saying, do I have to be on the same floor as my students during clinicals? Well, again, the response is, I don't know. We give them the rule. I usually contact the program or copy the program administrator on that email to let them know they should have that discussion, and the teaching assistant should know that before going on. But again, it depends on the clinical situation. Next slide, please. We also have definitions for faculty and teaching assistants. These come into play a lot when we're looking at experience for program administrators, which we'll talk about, because you have to have, among other things, 2 years faculty experience in a pre-licensed nursing education program. And sometimes we don't have authority over employment titles, and sometimes employment titles differ than the definitions and the rules. So, for example, someone's employment title might be instructor or part-time faculty or something like that. And the question is, are they faculty by definition, by our definition, or are they teaching assistant? So a faculty plan and teach all courses containing nursing objectives or direct the teaching of those courses provided by teaching assistants. They report to the program administrator or associate program administrator, and they contribute to the evaluation and implementation of or changes in program curriculum. So they're more involved with the planning of courses, and they direct the teaching of teaching assistants. Next slide, please. Where a teaching assistant means a person employed to assist or work at the direction of the faculty member and providing instruction in the classroom, lab, or clinical setting in which nursing care is delivered to an individual or group of individuals and who meets the qualifications set forth in this chapter. So I think it's a common kind of misperception that teaching assistants only work in lab or clinicals, and that's not true. They can work in a classroom. There are no, we'll talk about supervision again later, but there's no limit on the number of teaching assistants that a faculty member can supervise also. Next slide, please. And then we have the preceptor who is employed by the clinical site or the clinical agency where the student's doing clinicals. And they also are working at the direction of faculty member who's responsible for the course, who plan the clinical experience to make sure it's meeting course objectives or outcomes for the student. And a preceptor cannot have more than 2 students at any time or less depending on the clinical situation. But again, faculty and teaching assistants are employed by the program and preceptors are employed by the clinical site. Next slide. We also have definitions for patient simulation, including high fidelity, mid or moderate fidelity, low fidelity. You can go in and read the definitions. Low fidelity would be, for example, task trainers, static mannequins, where mid or moderate or higher fidelity are mannequins or simulation experiences that have more activities. Know that the closer to reality, the higher the level of the simulation. If you're not sure what level of simulation it's using, again, look at the definitions. You may want to speak to your vendor. And it's not always what the capability is, it's how you're using them. For example, you may have a mid or high fidelity mannequin that's capable of doing all kinds of things, but if you're only using it, let's say, to demonstrate breath sounds in a classroom or something like that, then that may not be considered the mid or high fidelity. Next slide, please. Resume. So this comes up when we talk about faculty records, which we will in Rule 21. Know that we do have a definition for resume. It includes a resume, CV, or any employment record that summarizes an individual's education and nursing related employment history, including locations of educational institution and employers, dates of graduation, months and years of employment, and description of job functions. So make sure the resumes that you are collecting and reviewing for faculty and teaching assistants has their dates of graduation and institutions in it. It has their months and year of employment in nursing and in practice, in teaching. The months is very important because it helps us to know that they have the required 2 years or 5 years experience. Again, somebody can say they work someplace from 2020 to 2021, and it could have been December 2020 to January 2021. So the month and year is very important. Next slide. Again, in definitions in Rule 1, there are a lot of different definitions. And what I'm going through are just highlighting the rules. You know, you can go on the website and look at the rules in more detail. Rule 3 is change of control in a program. This is a change of the controlling agency, which I mentioned before. And if there is a change in control of the program, you have to notify the board in writing of the effective date, the name of the program administrator, verify that the program will continue to meet the Chapter 5 requirements, note if there are any curricular changes, and the graduation date of the first class. I would also include, let us know if there's a name change with the change of control. And if there is a change of control, this may result in a survey visit or progress report. I would say if you know there's a change of control pending or in the works, please contact us, and we will make sure that you know the requirements before it happens. So it's always good to contact us in advance if you know that's coming down the road. Next slide. And again, these are just a repeat of the controlling agency, what that means. But there's also a definition of change in control. So the past year or so, I've had a couple programs that I've went back and forth questioning, is this really a change of control or not? And there is a definition. It's somewhat technical, but if you're wondering if it's a change of control, again, read the definition, and again, reach out to us also, and we'll help walk you through the definition and the process. Next. Next, we have the program approval statuses. So this is Rule 4. There's 3 different approval statuses that a program may have. There's conditional approval. That is the approval status that all new programs are granted. Then there is full approval, which is full approval. And then there's provisional approval, which is similar to like a probationary period. The board places a program on for concerns in the program. There may be issues meeting, there would be issues not meeting the requirements of Chapter 5. They may not be meeting the NCLEX pass rates, which we'll talk about that also. But those are the 3, but they are all 3 approval statuses of programs. If you have conditional, full, or provisional, that program is approved by the Ohio Board of Nursing. You can look on the board's website at our approved program list, and it will tell you the approval status of every program that's approved in Ohio. Next. Rule 8 is requirements for seeking conditional approval. So this is if you want to start a new program, a new pre-licensure program. Please, I will emphasize we only regulate pre-licensure programs. We do not regulate post-licensure programs such as RN to BSN programs. Most graduate level programs we do not regulate unless they are direct entry graduate level programs where you have a degree in another field and you come out with, let's say, your master's degree in nursing. So you would have to apply for a new program. You could apply, it could be a brand new program, you've never had one before, or you have a current program and you're looking to start a new one, offer a new degree. For example, you may have a PM program and you want to start an RN diploma program. Or you have an RN diploma program, you want to start an ADN program, let's say. Rule 8 has the requirements. It's basically 4 parts. You have to submit a letter of intent. Once the letter of intent and your program administrator is approved, meets qualifications, the approved program administrator would then submit the proposal, and then that is reviewed. Once that's reviewed and determined to be complete, which means it meets all the requirements of Chapter 5, there will be a survey visit conducted either prior to it being sent to the board for consideration of granting conditional approval, or within 8 months of the program implementation date. And then it's sent, once it's complete, it's sent to the board. The board determines if it's granted conditional approval or not. Once the program's granted conditional approval, It can be implemented, and then once it's implemented, there are progress reports, and you would have all those dates with your once it's granted conditional approval. No, the Rule 8 says if a program meets all the requirements of 4723-5-08, it shall be granted conditional approval. So all the work to make sure it's meeting the rules comes from Christy and myself. We do all the reviews, and we'll go back and forth with programs to make sure we have all the information that's needed to ensure it's meeting the rules. Next slide, please. On the board's website, if you go under continuing education and licensure, you can go under new education program proposals. It lays out the step-by-step process. You can always reach out to Christy and myself or at education@nursing.ohio.gov, and we can help walk you through the timeline, the requirements. I would say, so we always get how much lead time do you need? So once we get all the information, board staff has 45 days to review the proposal or the LOI. And that's the first review. We rarely get them that they're complete. The first go around, there's usually questions back and forth. You have to allow time for that. You have to allow time for a survey visit, all of those things. You have to, align when you want to implement the program with board meetings that it may go to, all those type of things. So I would say it's not, I would give yourself at least 6 months probably as a good rule of thumb. We get them a year in advance sometimes. But again, if you are planning on starting a new program and you're wondering about timelines when things should be submitted, depending on when you want to implement, please again reach out to us and we can help discuss that with you. And also, and Christy will talk about submitting information. Everything's submitted electronically now. So the LOI submitted electronically. Sometimes that's just be email because they're not always that long, but if it's a bigger file, and certainly the proposals all submitted electronically via our Dropbox, and all those instructions are on the website, and we can also provide them to you. Next slide. Rule 9 is organization and administration of the program. This is Rule 9 contains all the program administrator, interim program administrator responsibilities. It says, Rule 9 says, the program administrator or interim program administrator shall have authority, accountability, and responsibility for all aspects of the program. This includes involving faculty and students in curriculum and policy development, ensuring that having input into the budget process, ensuring there's adequate resources in the program, including lab resources, making sure there's enough supplies for students to practice and get checked off on. You're using actual nursing supplies. Faculty have the supplies they need to implement the curriculum. That you're doing license verifications. Everybody, faculty, teaching assistants in the program have active, valid nursing licenses. There's faculty meetings being conducted. That the program administrator is responsible for ensuring that there's an orientation of new faculty and teaching assistants being done, and that they have input into the employee evaluation of faculty and teaching assistants. There's a lot of responsibility for them. Again, it doesn't mean the program administrator has to have final say in all those items, but they do have to have input in all areas and all aspects of the program. The program administrator is also responsible for submitting program completion letters, PCLs, to the board. And when the program administrator is submitting PCLs or their designee, they are saying that that student has completed all requirements of the program and have met all the rules of Chapter 5. and the program has met all the rules. So it's very important that those are accurate and that the program administrator is ensuring that all the rules have been, all the program requirements have been met before that PCL is submitted. Again, the program administrator can delegate certain activities. They don't have to do it all themselves, but they are ultimately responsible for all of it. Rule 9 also discusses other locations, the requirements for other locations. So a program could have one program, you could have one program with separate locations. If they are more than 60 miles away from where the main program's located, you have to have an associate program administrator at that location, responsible for that location. The other location has to have the same name, same curriculum, same policies, procedures, that sort of thing as the main program. Next slide. Rule 9 also talks about the responsibilities of the controlling agency. So this comes into play if there's a vacancy in the program administrator position. So if the program administrator vacates the position, the controlling agency is responsible for notifying the board within 45 days of that vacancy and appointing a qualified administrator or interim administrator within those 45 days. And it also lists the required information that has to be submitted to the board. It could be one notification. It should be done via email or electronically. But that time, it's 45 calendar days, not 45 business days, not 45 days that school's in session. It's 45 calendar days. If you know that your program administrator may be vacating that position for whatever reason, please reach out to us and we will review the requirements for you. So there is in Rule 4 of Chapter 5 a list of things that will automatically, by rule, put a program on provisional approval. One of them is if a program administrator, interim program administrator, is not appointed within 45 days of vacancy. So it's very important that you follow those timelines. The other things that will automatically put a program on provisional approval based on Rule 4 is not providing clinical experiences and providing false and misleading information to the board and having 4 years of low NCLEX pass rates, which we'll discuss later. But again, the 45-day timeline is in rule. It's not flexible. It is written within rule. So again, contact me if you know, if you're the program administrator, you know you're leaving. We appreciate knowing that and to make sure we have the correct contact information for who we need to contact with the controlling agency. And again, with the controlling agency, you can contact us and we'll talk to you about the requirements. Next slide, please. So Rule 10 and 11 is about qualifications for program appointments. Rule 10 is appointments for RN programs. Rule 11 is appointments for PM programs. Next slide. This includes appointments of program administrator, associate program administrator, or interim program administrator, faculty, teaching assistant, preceptors. All the individual requirements are laid out. I'll just highlight some of them. Please note anywhere in Chapter 5 in Rule 10 or 11 or elsewhere where it says a person has to have an active, valid Ohio license, that would include a multi-state license. So if they have an active, valid multi-state license, that would meet that part of the requirements. So a program administrator for an RN or PM program has to have 5 years nursing practice and 2 years faculty experience. That's where the faculty definition comes in a pre-licensure RN or PM program. If they're an RN program administrator, only RN faculty experience counts. If they are a PN program administrator, then faculty experience in a PN or RN program would count. It has to be a pre-licensure program, so not an RN to BSN program. They would have to have a MSN, a master's degree. And then if they are a program administrator of a BSN or higher program, they would have to have an earned doctoral degree on top of that. Associate program administrator or interim also needs the 5 years nursing practice and 2 years faculty experience. Interim program administrator, if they're truly interim, would have to have, of those 2 years faculty experience, 1 year would have to be within the program. Again, if you're looking at hiring a new program administrator qualifications, reach out to us and we'll help you walk you through the requirements. Faculty for an RN program has to have an MSN. For a PN program, they have to have at least a BSN. Teaching assistants in an RN program, they have to have a BSN or enrollment in a graduate level program, or for a PN program, they have to be graduated from an RN program. And a preceptor, well, let me tell you, these are minimum qualifications. So they can always exceed that. I've had programs say, well, we thought we had to call them teaching assistants because they had a master's degree, or we thought we had to call them faculty because they have a master's degree, but we're really using them as a teaching assistant. Say they're just supervising students in clinicals and working at the direction of faculty. Again, these are minimum requirements. They can always exceed that. Preceptor. So preceptor, again, is hired by the facility. A couple things for preceptors. They no longer, it used to say the definitions, they had to have 2 years nursing practice. That's no longer true, but they do have to have demonstrated competency in the area in which they supervise students, and they have to have an active valid nursing license, which again can be an MSL. For a PN program, preceptors can be RNs or PNs. For an RN program, they can only be RNs. Preceptors only have to be licensed in the jurisdiction which you're using them. So if they don't have a multi-state license, let's say you have preceptors in Michigan, which is not part of the compact, they would only need a Michigan, active valid Michigan license. All the other program appointments that are employed by the program, including faculty and teaching assistants, have to have active valid Ohio license, including an MSL. So for a teaching assistant that's only supervising students in clinicals, let's say in Michigan, they would need an active valid Ohio license. For preceptors, so the rule says they have to have demonstrated competency in the area in which they precept, and we'll talk about this in records a little bit. It's up to the program to determine what you want for competency. We're looking, demonstrated competency means there's a record of it. So when I ask programs sometimes, how do you choose your preceptors? What I hear a lot is, well, the facility tells us who we can use. Well, that's a good start. You know, you can get recommendations from the facility, but it's up to the program to determine that they're qualified and they have the basic competency and you have a record of that competency. So you may want to think about what criteria you use to choose preceptors. And there, I will tell you, as we look at evidence-based regulation, we have learned there's a lot of research out there about what makes a good preceptor. So that, I always say that's a good project for someone that's in school and needs one, about what makes a good preceptor and who you would choose. Next slide. Rule 12 is program policies. So it says the administrator of a program and the faculty shall establish and implement program policies. So you not only have to have the policies, you have to implement them. And it does say the administrator and the faculty shall establish. Again, so the faculty should have input into your policies. Again, they don't have to have final say on them, but they should have input into your policies. Next slide. So Rule 12 has a list of policies a program's required to have written policies and to implement, including admission, advanced standing, progression. There's a list of them. So generally in most policies, we do not say what has to be in them, but you have to follow them as written. For example, student admission policy, we do not say what your admission criteria has to be, but you have to follow it as written. We do review that during survey visits. We will review records of currently enrolled students. And one thing we look at, we pull out your admission policy and say, what does it say? And do you have that in the record? So for example, if it says you have to have an application, a high school transcript, there has to be pre-admission testing, maybe they have to write a personal statement, they might have to have background check, CPR card, whatever it says, we are looking to see if you have that information. So are you following your admission policy as written? The advanced standing policy, that is one thing. You do have to have a mechanism in it to review their military skills and experience, if they have any, and award any credit if it's similar. That is a state law. That's true for all programs, not just nursing programs. You have to have a review of their military experience. You have to have a written policy for that. Student progression is another one. So your progression policy includes what students need to have for each course, to pass each course, to pass each level of the program, to move from one level to the next. Again, we don't say what it has to be, but you have to implement it as written. Is it a 2.0 GPA? Is it an 80% or 78%? Whatever it is, we are looking when we review student records, are you following it as written? So one of the things we look at student records, we ask for an official transcript or a grade report. So if it says you have to have a 78% to pass each course, we're looking to make sure you're not passing students that have a 76% or 77%, or that they're repeating the courses if they do not meet that standard. That's also true for student completion. We don't say what your completion requirements are, but that you're following it as written. I put in here, you have to have a written policy on the procedure for student illness. I put this in here because a lot of times people will put their attendance policy in here, and what it is, it's the procedure for student illness in a lab or clinical setting. It's the procedure of what happens if a student gets hurt or injured or ill during a lab or clinical. And usually it'll say something like, you know, seek emergency medical attention, notify the instructor as soon as possible, whatever. So we want to see the procedure. We don't want just your attendance policy, that what happens if they miss a lab or clinical or class. Next, please. The other part of Rule 12B says a program does not implement changes to policies or requirements for student progression or requirements for completion of the program for currently enrolled students. So you cannot change progression or completion policies or requirements for students once they're enrolled in the program. For example, you can't decide, hey, we did have a 78% pass rate for each course, and students aren't passing the NCLEX, so we're going to bump that up to 80% now. You can do that for a new cohort, but you can't change that for currently enrolled students. This also includes changing requirements for completion, which includes the hours required to complete courses. You cannot add or subtract hours, and we'll talk a little bit more about that with the curriculum plan. But so you have to keep the progression and completion requirements static once a student's admitted into a program. If you want to make changes and you're not sure if you could do it with new currently enrolled students, or if you have to wait for a new cohort. For example, there's some changes. Maybe you want to move course content around or something like that. Maybe you want to look at your test weights or something within a course. contact us before you make those changes, and we can let you know. In a lot of times it's we need to see your actual progression policy and how it's written, or completion policy. And we'll let you know if you can apply that to currently enrolled students or wait for a new cohort. And this is a consumer protection part of this, is so students know what to expect once they're enrolled into a program. Next. Student conduct, that's 12C. This is one thing that we do have required verbiage. It is very lengthy, student conducts and clinicals and with patients. It mirrors the Nurse Practice Act, and wherever nurses in the Nurse Practice Act is changed to students. This is one policy I would highly suggest you just copy and paste it off our website. And don't get creative in changing numbers and letters and all that. So if you just copy and paste it, that way we can ensure that you have all the required elements. I always say, and it's true, we're not the APA police. You don't have to be creative. You don't have to change it. Just copy and paste it from the website. When we ask for policies, and I'm sure Christy will review this as part of your pre-survey visit report, we want to see the actual policies, not links to policies. We don't need narratives of the policy. We want to see the actual policy. So a lot of times student conduct will just get a link to Rule 12. We want to see that actual policy. Next slide, please. Curriculum. So Rule 13 is the curriculum requirements for RN programs. Rule 14 is the curricular requirements for PN programs. I am going to review requirements that's similar for both programs. There's some basic fundamental things that are true for RN and PN. You can look at the rules to see the individual items that have to be in the curriculum for RN or PN programs. Next, please. So for both programs, for the curricular Rule C, 13 again is for RN, 14, Rule 14 is for PN. The curriculum is the objectives and outcomes, teaching strategies, and evaluation methods that has to be developed and written by faculty. There should be faculty input into your curriculum. It's consistent with the law, and will provide a combination of clinical and lab experiences concurrently with the related theory instruction. And what that means is, based on your curriculum plan, students, for example, should not be having OB clinicals before they have clinicals in the classroom, OB theory in the classroom, and it also has to be concurrent. So how is it listed in your, let's say you have an IB course with IB clinicals, that's where they get their IB experience at, so it has to be done concurrently. Next. Your curriculum plan. So your curriculum plan is what lists, it's usually in a chart format, your sequence of courses. It has to identify the total number of clock hours per term allotted to theory, lab, and clinical hours for each nursing course. It must be implemented as written and distributed to each nursing student. So I have highlighted that curricular plans, we did update that a couple years ago, has to have the total number of clock hours per term allotted to theory, lab, and clinical hours. And that curriculum plan that has the total clock hours per term for theory, lab, and clinical also has to be distributed to each nursing student. Now, if you're required to have credit hours with that, that's fine, but the students need to have the curriculum plan again with the total number of clock hours per term. That's not per week, it's per term. Implemented as written means you're delivering those number of theory, lab, and clinical clock hours per term that's in the curriculum plan. It's not a suggestion. It's not a minimum requirement. I know we have heard, Christy and myself have both heard that. Well, we thought that as long as we offered at least that many, we can require more hours. No, that is the number of hours you have to provide to students. And And once they're admitted into the program, that curriculum plan has to be static. You cannot change that. Again, that goes back to 12B about not changing progression and completion requirements. You cannot change the required number of hours for students once they're admitted into a program under that particular curriculum plan. And we'll talk about moving hours between lab and clinical in a little bit too, and how that applies. Next. So rules 13 and 14 also lay out the required length of programs. So for an RN program, it has to be a minimum length of 2 years of full-time study, with each year containing at least 30 weeks, including exam time. Again, all these weeks include exam time. Unless it's an accelerated program, which has to have 52 weeks of clinical coursework, or advanced standing is 45 weeks of clinical coursework. So an accelerated program would be if you have a bachelor's degree in another field, you come out with a bachelor's degree or maybe even a master's degree in nursing. And advanced standing is where you give them prior credit for healthcare. For example, a common one we see is like an LPN to RN diploma program. That has to be at least 45 weeks of clinical coursework. And remember, the definition of clinical coursework we talked about in Rule 1 means it has to have 52 weeks or 45 weeks of courses containing clinicals, not necessarily 52 or 45 weeks of clinicals. Again, remember, these also include exam time. Next, please. A PM program has to have 30 weeks of full-time study, including exam time. Also, any of these weeks for RN or PM programs do not include breaks. It can include exam time, maybe if there's required orientations, that sort of thing, but not any breaks in programs. And sometimes we get programs saying, oh, we're not meeting the rule or something like that, and we have to pull out a calendar and actually count the weeks for them. And yes, they are, but they forgot to include exam time or something like that. So next slide. This is where I talked about moving hours between lab and clinicals within a course. So programs are permitted to do this. They're not required to, but they may. So this might happen, let's say, for example, you lose a clinical site for a term, or you show up to a clinical site and they say you can't come today because ODH is here or whatever, or there's an instructor illness or weather, whatever. You can bring those students back to lab. However, the lab activity has to meet course objectives still. And it has to be a 1-to-1 clock hour substitution. So no Carnegie unit 3-to-1 lab and clinical hours, however you figure that out. Has to be 1 clinical hour substitution for 1 lab hour substitution. Or it could also move the other way. You know, maybe you have a great clinical site for one term that you want to take students to, so you move clinical hours to those, lab hours to clinical. You're looking, the total combined number of lab and clinical hours cannot be changed with current students. So, and we'll talk about this a little bit in Rule 19 with the syllabus. So let's say for a course you have 50 lab hours and 50 clinical hours assigned to the course for a total 100 combined lab and clinical hours. And for some reason you have to move 10 of those clinical hours to lab. So you will end up with 60 lab hours and 40 clinical hours. That still adds up to 100 hours. That cannot change. This is not changing the hours on the curriculum plan. Again, that has to remain static once a student's admitted into a program under that curriculum plan. This is moving the delivered hours. The planned hours are the numbers on the curriculum plan. There are also tracking and reporting requirements for tracking the lab and clinical hours, and we'll talk about that in Rule 19. Again, you may do this. Some programs choose not to do that. But they do have to be tracked, and the important thing is you are not changing the curriculum plan. You are not changing the planned hours. And this does not include theory hours. You cannot move theory hours between lab and clinical. This is only related to lab and clinical hours. And again, any hours you move have to meet course objectives, and you still have to have clinicals across the lifespan, with the exception of OB or PEDS, which we'll talk about simulation in just a minute. But so in other words, you cannot decide we're not going to have any clinicals for this cohort, we're going to move them all to lab. That would not meet the rule. This is about, individual courses. Next. So again, the curriculum shall include clinical experience provided to patients across the lifespan, which is conception to death by definition. The only periods of lifespan accepted are those related to the OB patient, the immediate newborn, and pediatrics. Next. With respect to OB, immediate newborn, and PEDS, the program may provide high fidelity simulation or mid or moderate fidelity simulation instead of clinical experience if a faculty member or teaching assistant is responsible for conducting the patient simulation. In doing so, may utilize computer technology specialists to assist in operating computer equipment. The faculty member or teaching assistant must have demonstrated knowledge, skills, and abilities necessarily to conduct the patient simulation obtained from a recognized body of knowledge relative to simulation, and maintaining through continuing education current knowledge, skills, and abilities relative to patient simulation. So what does all that mean? So first of all, you can use simulation at any time for any course with lab, but that's always considered lab hours. OB, PEDS, including immediate newborn, are the only periods of the lifespan you can totally substitute high or moderate fidelity simulation in lieu of clinicals. If you do a total 100% substitution for PEDS or OB, you have to have you have to have nursing, faculty, or teaching assistant managing the simulation. Anybody can be operating the equipment. It could be IT. Some programs, I have a program that I think it's a respiratory therapist that runs the sim lab, that manages the equipment, whatever, but it has to be actual nursing, faculty, or teaching assistants managing the simulation. They have to have training from a recognized body of knowledge. What that means is they could perhaps have a national SIM certification. That would certainly meet the rule. Could be the vendor coming in, teaching them how to run the simulations and manage the equipment. It could be maybe one person certified that comes back and teaches the other faculty and teaching assistants how to do it. We're looking for a surveyor, we are looking for demonstrated experience and competency. That means something in their faculty record, whether it be a certificate, a sign-in sheet from training, a line on the resume, something like that. And that's also true for continuing education. They have to have continuing education relative to simulation. It could be, again, online, and they can print out a certificate. Could be a sign-in sheet. It could be, something on their resume, something that demonstrates that they're having continuing education. And I will say these rules are relative to using simulation in lieu of clinicals for OB, PEDS, and immediate newborn. It's all research-based, it's all evidence-based. It's from the research that was out there in the National SIM study that was released by National Council of State Boards of Nursing in 2014. Those form the foundation of our rules related to simulation. And again, it talks about maintaining documentation satisfactory to the board. That's like what I said, there's a record in their faculty file about their training and continuing education relative to patient simulation. Rule 15 is your evaluation plan of the program. A program is required to have a plan of evaluation. We've referred to it sometimes as the SPE, systematic plan of evaluation. You have to have one. It has to be implemented, so you have to use it, not just have it. Your SPE should specify the responsibility, time frame, and procedure for evaluating each aspect of the program, including rules 9 to 23 that's listed out in Rule 15, and shall include data collected from faculty, teaching assistants, preceptors, nursing students, graduates, employers of graduates. Next, please. And 15 should have a follow-up of graduates, which shall include but not limited to NCLEX pass rates and employment patterns of graduates. No, I would say that your SPE is your tool that makes sure you're meeting our rules. So make sure it's user-friendly. Some programs use the same SPE that they use for their accrediting agency, and that's fine, but I would say at a minimum, make sure our rules are clearly identified accurately within your accreditation SPE. Again, it's your tool to make sure you're meeting our rules. You can have a separate one just for OBN. And if you have more than one program, say RN and PM program, you're not necessarily required to have two different SPEs. You would just identify the only rule differences would be like 10 and 11 for qualifications and 13 and 14. Or you could, whatever works best for your program. Again, it's your tool, so make it work for you. Next. Rule 16's curriculum revisions. So you're required to have prior board approval for a curriculum revision. The implementation of a curriculum revision that results from a change in a program's philosophy, conceptual framework, organizing theme, program objectives, or program outcomes. You should submit it to us at least 10 weeks prior to a board meeting. Otherwise, file with the annual report. So if you're just adding, moving courses, deleting courses, changing hours, that sort of thing, you do not need prior approval for that. If you're not changing program outcomes, organizing theme, that sort of thing, you would submit those changes with your annual report. But any of those changes can only be implemented with a new cohort of students. Again, that's Rule 12B. You can't change hours, add or remove courses, anything like that for currently enrolled students. And if you're not sure if you need prior approval on changes, contact us and we'll let you know. Next. Rule 17, program contractual relationships. You need to have a written contract with any type of cooperative relationship with another agency, not just clinical agencies. If you're sending students anywhere under the auspices of a program, let's say you're sending them to a food bank for community health credit, meets the course objectives, you need to have a written agreement. Or if you have a separate division within the same entity, for example, student health center at your school that the students are doing clinicals there, or school daycare centers where they're doing clinicals, they should have a written agreement with them. It's not having an agreement with yourself. It's the nursing program having an agreement with, let's say, the daycare center or the student health center or the university as a whole. Next. Requirements for a written agreement. It must be written, it must exist and be current. So it cannot be an oral agreement, it has to be written, be current. It has to, it can have terms that's automatically renewable, evergreen language. It has to be signed by representatives, both the program and the agency, and be on file in the program office. Make sure your contracts are signed by both parties and they're current. We will review them during survey visits. And if you're using preceptor expectations, at that facility, the contract has to have Preceptor expectations must expressively be set forth in the contract. They have to be in there. Or you can have in a contract or a preceptor addendum, but the contract would have to say see Appendix A or Addendum A, or its own separate agreement where it's signed by both parties. But you have to have preceptor expectations if you're using preceptors, and you have to call them preceptors and lay out the expectations. And if you're going to clinicals in another state, which you can do, sometimes people go to other countries. I see some programs are starting to do that again, have international experiences. You have to contact that board of nursing or other entity regulating nursing, making sure that you're meeting their requirements. So make sure you have that email or that letter that you sent to that other board of nursing or other country Ministry of Health, whoever regulates nursing, because we will be looking for that at survey visits. Next. Rule 19, this is responsibilities of faculty teaching a nursing course, includes providing syllabi, which we'll go over the requirements, but also concludes design and implementing teaching strategies to meet course objectives. Again, these are faculty responsibilities. Direct and supervise teaching assistants if utilized, evaluating each student's nursing student's progress with input from the teaching assistant or preceptors if used. Next. And at the conclusion of each course, faculty have to compare planned clinical and lab hours with the syllabi, report the actual number of hours delivered to the program administrator. The program administrator has to report that with their annual report. So if you moved any hours between lab and clinical within a course, the faculty have to report that out to the program administrator. The program administrator is responsible for tracking that, reporting with the annual report. I would highly suggest you do that at the conclusion of each course and not wait till the annual report's due to try to go back through a whole year of courses to try to collect that information. Again, these are faculty responsibilities. Next slide. Rule 19 also has all the requirements of the syllabi, including title of the course, which must match the curriculum plan. For example, if the curriculum plan says a course is called dosage and calculations, the syllabi should not call it pharmacology or whatever. Make sure they match. The syllabi has to have the total number of theory, clock, and lab hours, clock hours per term for the course, and of the total number of clinical and lab hours, you have to have the total number of combined hours. So in other words, you should have theory, lab, and clinical clock hours per course, not per week. And if you have lab and clinical hours assigned to that course, you have to have the total number of combined hours, and that is to track help track the total number of hours if there's any movement of hours. Next slide, and I'll give you an example of this. You also have to have course description, objectives, outcomes, teaching strategies, methods of evaluation. I should say for the hours, if you're required to also have clinical hours, that's fine. I mean, credit hours, that's fine. But we require the total number of clock hours per term, and it has to match what's on the curriculum plan. Next. You also have to have the name of the faculty and teaching assistants teaching in the course. Or anybody providing course content under the direction of the faculty. You have to provide that information to students. And again, required text, evaluation methods of the course, teaching strategies. Next, please. Don't forget teaching strategies. Sometimes that gets left off still, but make sure they're in there. Here's a sample syllabus. This is just one I made up, but it has everything that's required. You have your title of the course, Fundamentals of Nursing, your faculty and teaching assistants. Don't forget your clinical instructors or teaching assistants. And you could say see attached list, but that needs to be provided and incorporated into the syllabus. So you have the total theory hours, 120 clock hours there on the left. And then you have combined lab and clinical hours, 150 of those, which is 80 total planned laboratory clock hours and 70 clinical hours combined make 150 hours. You have your course description objectives. Again, I have teaching strategies highlighted because sometimes those are still missed. Methods of evaluation, required text. So that's everything. Of course, you can have whatever else you need, but that's the minimum for our rules that you have to have in a syllabus. And we do review these during survey visits. We want to see the actual syllabi that the students are provided in for every location. And we do match them with the applicable curriculum plan. I am looking to make sure the hours match. So you want to make sure you have a process in place before each term to make sure the hours between the curriculum plan and the syllabi align. And as we discuss further, that the total number of the number of hours delivered at the end of the course match what's on the curriculum plan. Next, please. Rule 20 is responsibilities of faculty, teaching assistants, and preceptors in a clinical setting that includes no more than 10 students at a time for faculty or teaching assistant in a clinical group or less, again, depending on the clinical situation. Preceptors cannot have more than 2 students at a time or less. For the clinical groups, that 10 would include if you have any students that need to make up clinical hours and you put them in that group. So let's say, for example, you have a clinical group already has 10 students. You cannot add another student that needs to make up clinical hours to that group, because then that would be 11 students. Again, what if you want a smaller ratio, that's up to the program to determine, sometimes based on an agreement with the clinical site, but it's what smaller, it's about what's necessary to ensure safe delivery of nursing care. So there's nothing in Chapter 5 that talks about the number of students permitted in a class or lab setting, but there are clinicals because, as you know, the mission of the Board of Nursing is to protect the public safety. So this is about what is required to provide safe patient care. Next, please. Other responsibilities of faculty in a clinical setting is making sure the clinical site is appropriate to meet course objectives, that the teaching assistants and preceptors know the course objectives and outcome, there's communications with them, that you're evaluating the students' experience and achievement and progress with input from the TAs and preceptors if you're using them, and the student, teaching assistant, preceptors, and staff at the clinical site know the clinical objectives and outcomes. And I would include in that what students are permitted to do and not to do independently or with supervision and all that. That's part of the faculty responsibility. Next. The other part of 20 is students have to be supervised by faculty, teaching assistant, or preceptor that's qualified per the requirements in 10 or 11, Rule 10 or 11, have current valid license, unrestricted, which we discussed before, and that the level of supervision is appropriate to the clinical situation. Next, please. And when supervising a nursing student, the faculty member or teaching assistant shall only function as faculty or teaching assistant during the student's clinical experience. Again, this is about patient safety. So if you have teaching assistants supervising students at facilities where they're employed as a nurse also, you need to make sure they are well aware they cannot be functioning as a nurse helping out on other units or what have you, whether they're supervising students. That can be their only function during the clinical experience, is supervising students. Next, please. And again, the teaching assistant, preceptor, supervising a student in clinicals have to have competence in the area of practice. Again, it's up to the program to determine the level of competence that you require, and design at the direction of the faculty member the student's clinical experience to achieve the stated objectives or outcomes of the course. and contribute to the evaluation of the student's performance. So you're all working together. The faculty, the teaching assistant, the preceptor are all working together to make sure that the experience meeting course objectives and outcomes, the students are safely supervised according to the clinical situation, and that everybody's having input into the grade, the student's evaluation. And it could be the teaching assistant or preceptor just contribute an SU type thing, and the faculty's determining the final grade, but they should have some input. Next. Here's a sample clinical schedule. We will ask to see these at survey visits. And we put this in here because we get all kinds of different looking ones. It doesn't have to look exactly like this, but when we ask for clinical schedules, what we're asking for is the course, the site, who supervised the student, the terms or the dates they were there, and which students were at each site. We're using this to look at several things. One, was there ever more than 10 students at that clinical site at that time? Do you have appropriate clinical sites across the lifespan again? And for the site names, I'm looking, do you have a contract for that site when you use them? So sometimes we also have to look at who's supervising the student at that time if there's questions about that. So this is all important information to have. You're required to have it. And this is, when we ask for clinical schedules, this is something what we're looking for. Something like what we're looking for. Next, please. Program records, we're looking at currently enrolled students, where we're looking again at your admission criteria. We're looking at lab and clinical evaluations for each course they've completed that have lab and clinical hours associated with it to show that they've met course objectives or outcomes. Graduated student records, and we'll select, we'll ask for a list of currently enrolled students for the survey visit, and we'll select them, and that's what we're looking for. Graduated student records, once a student completes the program, by our rule, you're only required to keep an official transcript. You may have other record retention requirements from your controlling agency or other entities, but for the Board of Nursing, once they can complete, you're only required to keep that official transcript. You're required to have faculty meeting minutes. So that's Rule 21. Do you have that record of faculty meeting minutes? Rule 9 is, are you having faculty meeting minutes or faculty meetings? And then again, 21 is, are the minutes there? Faculty and teaching assistant records. So we're going to look at records, and Christy will address this more in her presentation about survey visits. So we will review faculty and teaching assistant records at a survey visit for those teaching currently that term. And then preceptor records, we're going to look at all preceptor records since the last survey visit. Next, please. This is a sample resume or CV that we would require in a faculty record. Rule 21 lays out, you need a resume. You need copies of official transcripts showing that they are qualified for the position. You need license verification at 2 points at each renewal, at time of hire or time of appointment, each renewal period. So this is the evidence of orientation evaluation. So if you have an orientation checklist, if you have copies of the most recent employee evaluations, those sort of things. So this is, we talked about in definitions what's in a resume. This is what one looks like. Here you have your education, your schools, the dates of graduation, what degrees you have, your experience in nursing that includes month and years you started. And it could say June 2018 to current or present, what have you. And also your employment as a nurse. Not just in education. So that's what we're looking for a resume or employment record. Next, please. And when we're looking for license verifications, we've gotten a lot of questions about these when we're talking about nurses. This is an employment this is a license verification from eLicense from the OBN website. You can use nurses, but what we're looking for, and I didn't put a thing there, is we want to see when it was run. So here's the date and time that this license verification was done. So we are going to match that up with the date of appointment or date of hire that you have on the list you've provided us with your PBR. So have you done this prior to or at the time they were appointed at each license renewal period? So for RNs in Ohio, we renew on odd number years. We just finished one. They run from July 1st to October 31st. So the most recent one ended October 31st, 2023. So did you do a license verification between July 1st and October 31st? Does it show they have an active valid license? Now they'll say single state or multi-state. And was there any board action? If it says yes, you'll have to click on that and see what it is. Or you could use nurses, but it has to, if you use the nurses verification, you still have to have the date and time that the license verification, or the date that the license verification was done. So we can see that it was done at the time of hire and within the renewal period. If you're using multi-state, if you're using nurses that have multi-state licenses from other states than Ohio, you have to know what the renewal period is for that particular state. Let's say they're from West Virginia, have a multi-state license from West Virginia. They can practice, they can teach in Ohio on that. But you need to know when West Virginia renews and make sure that you print out a license verification at the time of renewal in West Virginia. Next, and I'm almost done here. We'll have Christy. Rule 23 is about program NCLEX pass rates, which Christy will go into more about particular pass rates. The Rule 23 says if a program has a pass rate on the NCLEX that is less than 95% of the national average for first-time candidates who took the exam within 6 months of completion in a calendar year, the following shall apply. After the first year, so again, we're looking at 95% of the national average for first-time test takers who take the exam within 6 months of completion. First year, the program does not meet that benchmark. They have to submit an action plan with their annual report showing what the issues were with their NCLEX pass rates, what they're doing to improve them. Second consecutive year, they have to submit an updated action plan. What are you doing differently? What's working, what's not? What additional steps are you taking? Third consecutive year, you will get a survey visit. And 4 consecutive years of NCLEX pass rates below 95% of the national average for first-time test takers who take the exam within 6 months of completion, the program will be placed on provisional approval and will remain on provisional approval until they have 2 consecutive years above the 95% of the national average. Or if the program's on continued conditional approval, the program may issue a notice of opportunity of hearing to withdraw the conditional approval status of the program. Next. Closure of a program. So that's Rule 24. If you know your program's going to be closing, please get in touch with us as soon as you know. We have to be, and we'll help walk you through the process. Again, you have to notify us in writing when that decision has been made with a tentative date of closure. And then once that final date of closure is known, when that last student completes, you notify us again with that final date, and you have to let us know the location of the records and the custodian of records, and then notifies if there's any changes. For example, you think, okay, we're going to be closing fall 2024 or fall 2023, so you might notify us in, let's say, July. We're going to be closing in the fall, at the end of the fall term, probably somewhere in December, and then when you know the exact date, let's say December 11th, our last student's completing, we're closing, you let us know that. Again, if you know you're closing, it could be the whole school closing or a particular program within that school closing, please let us know. And my last slide's Rule 25. You cannot submit any false, misleading, or deceptive information or documents to board or the board representative, which would include Christy and myself. And that's the end of my presentation. Next is Dr. Christy Oles.
Well, thank you, Lisa, for that thorough review of the rules and application. So I'm going to pick up with the survey visit. And, you know, we like to be very transparent and we like to be very clear when we are talking about the survey visit. What we are seeing is the lack of preparation for a survey visit. So I thought I'd go into, in my part of this, to go into the document with the instructions a little bit more thorough to maybe help explain why we're looking for what we're looking for and the connection with the rule. So as you're very much aware, our chapter identifies survey visits and we are conducting survey visits. Every program has a different survey visit time frame. And prior to us contacting a program, we have a matrix that we follow that has a bunch of different variables that play into it of survey visit dates of when to conduct it. And it's based on the program's approval status and also the program's last approval date. So when the scheduling process occurs, we reach out to the program administrator individually via the program administrator's email. So that's really important for us to always have the most current information regarding contact information. So we'll reach out to the program administrator and we'll identify the window of when it could occur and give some dates. And then we give a date that it's due, the selection to give some choices by. We give that date, and then we determine a date together, mutually agreed upon date. And then once Lisa and I are done scheduling, as we're scheduling now for 2024, and I'd say we're both probably about up to June, I'd say. However, things do change, of course, and we circle back during scheduling. So what we do is we send out a confirmation email. All of the information that we're going to go through is also on our website about the instructions. And then we also included in our confirmation email. So you have the early access to it. You could review it. You could ask us questions. And we're very open to answering questions about the survey visit because we know what we're looking for and we know what needs to be in the room when we look for items, and it makes it easier when the items are in the room, whereas when we come into the room and there isn't anything in there, there's concerns. And so that's why the preparation of the survey visit and getting ready for it is so very important. So we establish a day, dates, excuse me, and then an agenda is part of this process. It's provided in the documents and you receive that. And then what is due 3 weeks prior to the survey visit is what is called a pre-survey visit report. And this report, like I said, is due 3 weeks prior to the survey visit date, and it's submitted via the drop method. We also provide those instructions to you, but they also are published on the board's website. Now I'm going to go through the instructions, and I'm going to start with Form A, then I'll go through the rest of the information. So we can go ahead and move forward. Thank you. All right, so on this Form A, what is very important is this information is all accurate. The legal and official name is typically the one where it gets sent back to the program to identify the legal and official name. This is published on our website. And if there are differences in that, we need to know, one, do we have the most current name? And if there was a name change, the program's to notify the board in writing so we can make these changes. Secondly, it is the name and title of the program administrator with the credentials. Then the program's address. And again, if any of this changes prior to a survey visit, anytime throughout the year, we need to be notified so we can update the records. Also the program phone number, program administrator address, and that's not your home address. That is actually if, say, for instance, you have a different building maybe, or if you're at a different location, meaning say that the main university is on, let's think on Main Street, and then the nursing building is on Jones Street. So, if that's the case, we want to make sure we are aware where everybody is. Then also the total program enrollment. That is not how many students you can enroll or your enrollment capacity. It's how many students are currently enrolled when you're filling out this document. Also, the number of weeks in the program. So the number of weeks in the program, as Lisa explained, that's part of the curriculum rules, and there are minimums that are stated in there. So we're looking to see what your specific program implements in the number of weeks for the program. Then you have the number of classes that are admitted annually. Sometimes it's 1, sometimes it's 7. It doesn't matter to us. It's just as long as this form is filled out. Then it talks about your delivery of the program. Is it semesters, quarters, trimesters, or other? And if it's other, such as semi-semesters, 8-week terms, whatever it might be, that's what we want to know. Then, of course, a checkbox is here below, and it identifies your authorizing body or agency. And then what is cut off of this screen is the signature line. So the signature line is an attestation that all of this information that's provided is accurate and correct. And then also, please remember to use your credentials. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm going to go through the instructions. The PN and the R instructions are similar. So if you printed down the PN1, you could follow. The PN1 addresses the IV component of the program, but we're going to start with Rule 9. So again, when preparation for the survey visit is going on, the program administrator is putting together with, usually it's help of faculty, teaching assistants, anybody who is part of this process at the program or even at the college university level. So this document is like a vital artery, I guess I'd say, because this is going to guide you to what we're looking for and what we need in the PBR and what we're looking for on site. We don't want anything more than this. We want everything that's in it. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is programs are submitting PBRs that are not complete, and we're having to cite the programs for Rule 4723-506C for submitting things to us when we're there on site and late. This information that you're providing to us in the PBR is vital information for our preparation before we come. So in Rule 9, we're looking, you're submitting in the PBR the organizational chart of the controlling agency. We're looking for the lines of reporting for the programs organizational chart. And in that organizational chart, we're looking for the program administrator. If you use an associate administrator, faculty, teaching assistants, we're looking for those lines in the students as well, because the students report to teaching assistants, then teaching assistants would report to faculty, and then faculty, if you're using an associate administrator, report to them possibly, or the line goes up to program administrator. So then we're looking for all of those pieces, and then we're looking for a chart if you have other locations, and then who's the associate administrator there, and the number of students, and what is the proximity, how many miles, and that is included in the PBR. All right, and then also in the PBR is a narrative of the communications, because when a program has different locations, it's called a secondary location of the primary program, and the programs are required to be conducted in the same manner. We look for the nursing bylaws, and usually in these bylaws, it states the meetings that are to be provided. And so this is where Lisa had talked about meeting minutes, and we're looking at that. We're looking at your evaluation plan, and we're tying it all together. Next slide, please. All right, so part of Rule 9 is we also look for how student and faculty have involvement into the program. So we're looking at evaluations when we're there. And in the PBR, you're including us the description, including for us the description. But when we're there, we're looking for evaluations. We're looking for input into your meeting minute notes, your evaluation plan, and those are important tools to ensure that this is being done. Also, we look at copies of the budgets. There's one that's submitted in the PBR, and then there's ones that are due that are in the room when we get there to look at previous years during the reapproval period. A lot of people, our programs ask when does my review start? So when we're there previously, that term you are in is your current term. So say if I was surveying a program October 1st of 2013. Well, that would be too far back. So October 31st of 2020. And your next survey visit would be October. We plan for October, maybe October 5th of 2024. I'm going back to that last survey visits term because you are currently in that term. So that's where we pick up. And if you need further explanation for program specific dates, please feel free to contact Lisa or I. All right, moving forward, we look at faculty appointment, we look at promotion, tenure, retention, and termination. We're looking at those policies. We're looking at how the program administrator has input into those policies, and we're looking for documentation of those policies, such as evaluation. Maybe we do look at the orientation documentation, but that's further down. We also look at evaluations of faculty teaching assistants because this is part of Rule 9. And again, the program administrator has input into that. So for faculty and teaching assistants that are currently teaching in the program, when we're there, we're looking for these items to be in the record. And we're not looking for you to go find them when we're there because, again, that's part of the preparation for the visit. Also, in the PBR, you're including a description of the orientation process. So when we are on site, we're looking for that documentation of the implementation of it, how the program administrator and has input to that piece of the program. So we're looking for documentation to be in records. Also, we look at the process for verifying each nurse has nurse teaching in the program has a current valid license. So in this part of the PBR, you're providing us how you do it. So that's what we are going off of when we're looking at records. So programs now can print down nurses verifications because of the multi-state license. If that individual is licensed just in Ohio, we're looking for, of course, the Ohio verification of licensure. But if they have an MSL somewhere else, we're looking at nurses documents now, and the date stamp is on those. So the program is required to verify licensure at the time of appointment and at each renewal period, which is very important to mark on your calendars. All right, and then we're looking to see about the faculty meetings. So we're reviewing meeting minute notes. We are confirming it as well. We're comparing it to your evaluation plan, that your evaluation plan is being implemented, and there's documentation to support that. Next slide. Right, this is Rule 10. It has to do with qualifications of administrators, faculty, teaching assistants, and preceptors for an RN program. Rule 11 has to do with qualifications of administrators, faculty, teaching assistants, and preceptors in a PN program. The setup is identical. So what we're expecting to see in the PBR is a chart, and this chart contains a list of currently employed faculty and teaching assistants. So it's during that term. Now, if it changes and you need to give us an updated form, such as say you submit this in the summer and your survey visit isn't until fall term, and you've had a change, we understand that, and you probably know that before the fall term begins. So in this chart, we specifically ask for information that's identified here. I'd have to say that what we need is their name, of course, and their title as their role within the program. And these are the only choices. I know Lisa had brought up employment titles, but we have to know their role within the course that they are part of. So if on this faculty chart, if they're a faculty or teaching assistant, that needs to be identified. Then we're looking for their academic preparation, and this all needs to be accurate and correct. And it's up to the program administrator when they send in all of this information that all of this information is accurate and correct. Also, the month and year of appointment to the program. Now, if you have an RN program and I'm teaching for your RN program and I started there October 5th of 2023, but say next year I'm going to start teaching in your PN program. Remember, these are two separate programs. I will have two separate appointment dates to the program, and I'll need to be oriented to the PN program. So my year and month of appointment to the PN program will be different than what my year and month to the RN program is. All right, and then any, of course, years of experience, the states in which that I have a current valid license, and then the courses and what my role is with the courses. And then if I'm faculty, who am I supervising? What are the names of those teaching assistants? Then, and the next box is preceptor information, and this is pretty self-explanatory. But this chart is very vital when we are reviewing faculty and teaching assistant records. So we also ask for, in the PBR, position descriptions, and then when we are on site, we don't take a sample. Every person who is currently teaching for the program, if you're faculty, teaching assistant, associate administrator, and administrator, we are reviewing that record. So in that record, we're looking for faculty and teaching assistants, we're looking for, and I'll get to this in Rule 21 again, copies of official transcripts, and we're looking for the degree conferment on there. We're also looking for licensure verification at the time of appointment and age renewal. Now, if your reapproval period encompasses two renewal periods, such as 2019 and 2021, and of course now 2023, because that's kind of the area we're in right now, we're looking for all of those. Also, we're looking for a resume, and then we're looking for orientation documentation and an evaluation. All right, and then with this, the next box is documentation of preceptors' qualifications, includes a license verification. So we're looking at how you deem them competent. I know Lisa had shared that it's up to the program to deem this registered nurse or LPN competent to precept students. It's not based on the clinical sites permission. I mean, yes, it's based on their permission to use them. However, this individual might be able to practice, but might not be able to precept. So it's really important you review the documents, and I have an example included here that I'm going to go over. Next slide. Right, Rule 12 has to do with program policies. So prior to coming there, we've already reviewed all of these policies, probably printed it out so we can go through them line by line. And we'll ask for records to validate implementation of these policies. If there are changes in policies with different cohorts, such as your admissions policy changing, or say you decided to change your progression policy with a new cohort, we will need to know that because we'll start reviewing and we will pick up on something not being right. And we'll ask, but we'd like to know ahead of time. So we will look at policy implementation. We ask for a list of current students, and then we'll select students and we will review their records. We're looking for, again, policy implementation, and also with the student records, we're looking for clinical and lab evaluations for each respective course that they've completed. Also on site, please have the college catalogs, handbooks, brochures that you provide to the students, especially if these change every single year. Most importantly, that student handbook. Next slide. Rule 13 has to do with a curriculum for a registered nursing education program, and then Rule 14 would have to do with the curriculum for a practical nursing education program. So in the PBR, you're required to submit the program's philosophy and assumptions, the conceptual framework or organizing theme, the program's objectives and outcomes, and all nursing course syllabi. Then the curriculum plan. Now, if you've had curriculum plan changes throughout the reapproval period, we want those. Also, you're to complete a location of content, curriculum content, that's Form C. So on that form, you're identifying where the required curriculum is identified in your curriculum. And then verification of competency, IB clinical and lab, where that instruction is included in your curriculum. Now on site, we look at examples of teaching strategies. We look at student evaluations. And these evaluations are also tied to Rule 15. So the performance evaluations, that could be performance evaluations of the program, and also lab and clinical evaluations for performance of the students. And I just kind of skipped down to the next one. So student and faculty evaluations of the clinical site. We're looking to see how faculty and students have input into the curriculum. Also, we're looking for the completed evaluations. Then on site, again, all nursing course syllabi. During our review, we are looking at syllabi for the entire reapproval period, because remember, we're not just surveying the current term. We're looking at program compliance through the reapproval period. Also, while I'm on this rule, I wanted to bring up clinical objectives and lab objectives. These are identified clinical objectives and lab objectives if there are lab hours and clinical hours allocated to the course itself. These are to be included because remember, these objectives are part of the requirements to complete the course. So the students would have to complete the clinical and lab objectives in order to successfully complete the course and progress forward. And then also they'd have to complete these objectives in order for the faculty to impute a final grade for the course. So what we're looking for is these lab objectives and clinical objectives are on the clinical lab and clinical evaluations, because we're looking to see that the lab or clinical instructor has evaluated the student. So we're looking to see where it all ties into play, because these are a measurement, these evaluations are a measurement of the student's performance. And so these individuals, registered nurses, are evaluating the student. So we're looking at the whole picture. Great. Next slide, please. All right, Rule 15 has to do with your evaluation plan of the program. So this is to be submitted in the PBR. We review this prior to coming to your survey visit. We look, one, to see all of the rules are identified. And it's all of the rules in the chapter, including Rule 15. So we're looking to see, one, the requirements are there. Then we review your summary of how any action has taken place. And when we're on site, we're looking at your evaluation tools and we're looking at meeting minute notes. There are some concerns with this rule. For instance, if you state in Rule 21 of your evaluation plan that you've reviewed all nursing license for faculty and teaching assistant, and you verify that the verification of licensure is in the record. Well, when I get there and I'm conducting the survey visit, we cannot find any of Rule 2019 renewal verifications. We can't find appointment verification. Well, when I say we, it's us discussing this, that appointment verifications are not in the records. So in your evaluation plan, it should not read yes or 100% compliant or any of those types of notes that would allude to the rule being met, because indeed it's not. So I would say definitely go back and look through your evaluation plan, look through your meeting minute notes when you're discussing each element of the evaluation plan, because if this document is used correctly, it's going to catch those weak areas. And of course, it's going to catch your strengths for the program, but it's going to catch those weak areas of, oh, maybe we need to go back and review our process of how we verify license at the time of appointment and what's our record maintenance. So it's really important that this aligns with the program's performance. Right? And then Rule 17 has to do with programs' contractual relations. This rule encompasses all cooperating agencies. So we're looking at the name of the agency, the address, the type of agency, where the connection is with your program, meaning the corresponding course that this site or this experience is tied to. Also, do you use preceptors there? You know, that's a big, that there is really something significant for us and with this chart. Also, when did you last use this clinical site? Now remember, the entire approval process is the entire survey visit is about the reapproval of the program. So it dates back to my last time there, or our last time. And then we look, I know that this says current contractual agreements. We look at all of those. All right. And then jurisdictions. So jurisdictions is when you use another state, as Lisa said, another country. We're seeing more of international, also for student clinical experiences. So we're looking to see that. Thank you, Chantal. That you have contacted the regulatory agency and are meeting their requirements along with our requirements in Ohio, because you have to meet both. Just recently, I had a program that is based out of Ohio, but they were using a teaching assistant in West Virginia. And this, even though they didn't come to Ohio, this individual still needed to have an Ohio license, and they did not have an MSL license. They just had a West Virginia license. So unfortunately, the program is cited for this teaching assistant working for an Ohio program without an Ohio license, because they had just a West Virginia license. Now, if that was a preceptor, that would be permissible, because your preceptor would not need an Ohio license because they are not employed by the program. However, when you're contacting the Board of Nursing or the nursing regulatory agency of that jurisdiction, you have to find out what their requirements are, and we ask for them as well. All right, Rule 19 is the faculty responsibilities teaching a nursing course. So this rule, not only is it composed of the syllabi, it's composed of evaluations, delegation, we look at syllabi, we look at the faculty's role within the nursing course. We often say to faculty that Rule 19 and 20 are part of their nursing practice. So we look at all current syllabi are required to be in the PBR, and we look at the syllabi through the reapproval period at the survey visit. We also look at the clinical lab objectives, as I shared with you, and we look at the clinical and laboratory evaluations. So we also look at grading. So this ties Rule 20 into play. So with Rule 20, that is responsibilities of faculty, teaching assistants, and preceptors in a clinical setting. So we're looking at the planning of the clinical, we're looking at the objectives that are in the evaluation. We ask, well, if the objective, if say for instance, somebody wrote not applicable on the clinical evaluation tool, faculty, teaching assistants, and program administrators, you all develop these clinical evaluation tools. So if it's not applicable, it should not be there. Or you'll need to find a clinical site where it's applicable. So you've got to be very careful that the clinical objectives do align with the content of the course. Many years ago, I had a clinical evaluation tool that for a fundamentals course that the program didn't pass meds in this course, but it said that students are going to pass meds. So that was an issue. Also, we look at clinical schedules. We're looking to see where the students went. Who are the students? We're counting numbers. We're looking for names of students. We're looking for sites. We're looking for times. We're looking for days. That's very resourceful for us. We're looking at who is planning and delegating, as I said, to the teaching assistants and preceptors, how that communication works. Is it via email? How do those teaching assistants and preceptors know what to focus maybe their clinical experience on? What kind of content is being instructed in this course? I talked about grading. So we look at the clinical evaluation tools that they are completed. The same with the lab evaluation tools, but this pertains to clinicals. We look to make sure that there aren't any blank spaces, or if a student has an unsatisfactory, what happens next? And those types of discussions occur during our meetings with the program administrators. Next slide. All right, program records. So when we're on site, we look at program records. It's important to have all of these records in the room prior to us getting there. And it's important to have everything in the room, I should say, prior to us getting there. However, the currently enrolled students, we will mark off a list, but we're coming. So it's just in preparation and review. So with the currently enrolled students, we're looking for your admissions criteria, an unofficial transcript, so we know where they are in the program. We're also looking for clinical evaluations and lab evaluations. And on this list of students, we're looking to see what cohort they're in, when their start date was for the program, and also when their anticipated completion date is. Program graduates, as Lisa stated, we only look for official transcripts. We'll select a few, and then we're looking for either their conferment or completion. We're looking for that close date of when that student completed the program. Minutes of all scheduled faculty meetings. We are looking at these, we're reading these, we're comparing these to your evaluation plan. If, say, for instance, a progression policy change occurs and the faculty say to us, well, we didn't have any input in that, or it was done, I don't know, at the university level per se, and the program administrator says, I disagreed with this, or, we're looking at everything to see what are the facts, how this occurred. So it's really important that these meeting minute notes exist. And now if you say in your bylaws that you have monthly meetings, and maybe one was canceled due to snow, because up here we have snow. In fact, we just had it. So then note that. So when I ask, where are the meeting minutes for, I think it was October 3rd. And Christy, the program was canceled. I have it noted it was canceled due to snow. So we didn't have a meeting that day, and it just happened to be the day that we have faculty meeting. But we're going to go over maybe our SPE or our contracts in our next meeting. We're looking for records of administrators, associate administrators, faculty teaching assistants, and of course preceptors. So for the records for administrators, for that record, we're looking at an official transcript. So if you have to go and get that from higher administration, please do so, because that's the one where we need the official transcript. Because when you became the program administrator, a representative of your controlling agency attested that you provided them these official transcripts. So we are validating that. And then for associate administrators, faculty, teaching assistants, I went through the 5 things that need to be in the records. We do not want their entire employment record. Honestly, sometimes we get records that are probably 2-3 inches in depth, and we don't have the time during the survey visit to search for these documents, because everything could be in there. So that's where I talk about this preparation and knowing what we are very clear in telling you what we need, and to have it ready so we can move through these documents. And if you need assistance prior to the survey visit with preparation, please feel free to reach out to any of us, because we're always willing to help and say, hey, this is what I'm looking for, and this is all I need, and I'm going to look at all of the current faculty and teaching assistants. Then for records for preceptors, we're looking for competency verification, and also that they have a current valid license. And then if you have, and I'm going to move into this next slide of license in a little bit, if you have somebody who has a yes under board action, we're looking for those documents then too. It's not the time to be printing them, because that also tells us that you did not further explore why they've had board action. And then it gets a little scary, is because can they supervise nursing students? Next slide. Next slide. All right, so I went through the preparation for a visit. I touched on pretty thoroughly, I think, the preparation for the surveyor's room. Basically, it's to have the binders in there if you're using binders. If you're using a computer and you have it all on your laptop or a flash drive, or if you have a course developed in your learning management system, that's been working out perfect. So we are fine with using any of those documents or those types of methods to conduct the survey visit. The problem is when we have to ask for things, and we have to ask for things rule by rule, or when we go into the room, there isn't anything there, not even a flash drive. So it's really important that you're prepared so we can move through the documents and we can complete the survey visit. Survey visit, we receive an agenda prior. You're sharing with us where we're going to park, where we're meeting you. Please don't provide us lunch. We do all that on our own. If we're staying over, if it's a distance and we're providing our own type of lodging, so you don't have to do anything of that. Also, during the survey visit, we will have meetings. We will do a lab tour. With the lab tour, we are looking in supplies closets. We're looking to see that the program is indeed having supplies to implement the curriculum as written, and that's tied back to Rule 9. If you use PEDS and OB for 100% simulation, we will watch simulation. And it is not to watch the students, it's to watch the program and the program faculty and teaching assistants. Then we will do an exit on each day. The first exit is really a touch base to tell you, hey, this is where we're at. This is what we need to review. This is what I need tomorrow. And then on the second day, we do a preliminary findings exit. Okay, next slide. So I added this chart to my portion of the presentation. It's kind of a snapshot of what to have in the room when we arrive. So and I even included the program administrator record with the official transcript. So actually you could print this down and you could just kind of check off these boxes as you're preparing. So we want to see the official transcript for the program administrator, all currently appointed associate administrator, faculty, and teaching assistant records, all preceptor records since the last survey visit, a list of currently enrolled students, a list of program completers, contracts with cooperating agencies used since the last visit, the curriculum plans for each cohort admitted during that reapproval period, all syllabi, all courses and locations. If you have other locations, we want those there as well. Clinical schedules since the last survey visit, all meeting minute notes since the last survey visit, evaluations of the program since the last survey visit, excuse me, and handbooks for each admitted cohort since the last survey visit. Next slide. I thought it was important to go over license verification because we are seeing we're starting to see that verifications aren't pulled at the time of appointment or at the time of renewal. So, and I wanted to go over this. I know I covered it the last workshop, but I wanted to share with you what the single state and the MSL state verification of licensure looks like. So on this license for this LPN, it has a single state. And then of course, this is outdated. Well, actually, no, it expires 10/31 of 2024. We look at that piece of it. We also look at board action where it says no. So this is a single state license. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. You could see it on this slide. I wanted to bring to your attention. Over in the left-hand corner, when you're looking at the screen, it says 2/24 of 2023, 1:14 p.m. That's when it was pulled. So that's what validates it was pulled at the time of appointment or at each renewal. All right, so forward. All right, so here's a multi-state license, and it's identified multi-state. We'll look at the reapproval period, and then also board action where it says no. Next license. All right, so this is a little smaller. Again, there's the verification date at the top left hand. And then this one, let's see here. This one is a registered nurse and it has a board action. And where it says board action, it says yes. So you're not done there. So you click on that. You can't do it on this screen, but you click on that. You don't stop. You have to continue onward. Next slide. And you're still within our e-license platform. So you scroll down to the bottom when you see this, when it moves you to the next slide or next page, and it says board action, it says yes. Right there where the red arrow is, it says view. Okay, so that's going to take you somewhere to nurses. You are still continuing this path because something has happened, don't know what it is, that if you want to hire this individual or if you want to use them as a preceptor, does any of this board action prohibit them from being part of your program? Next slide. All right, so now it will take you to the nurse, that view, when you click on it, it will take you to the nurse's website. So then it has you type in, then it has you first agree and then type in the name. And so it will pull up that nurse that you're looking for. And then you want to, it will bring up a box. It will say something along the lines of purview documents with attachments. You want to purview the documents with attachments because that's going to lead you down the path to see if this person, this registered nurse, is qualified. So you're going to want to print this out because you can guarantee if you have one of these that come up and there's a board action, Lisa and I are going to ask you about them. And at the survey visit, you've already used this person. It's too late to kind of backpedal. So if this person is not able to supervise a student, the program could get cited for using an unqualified person to supervise nursing students, and If this registered nurse was used in the clinical setting, it would also be Rule 20. So it's really important that you continue this path and you don't stop. Next slide. So when we leave the survey visit, or I should say as we're exiting the survey visit, we do a preliminary exit. And that's what the program administrator, and it's at the direction of the program administrator and who they want to attend this meeting. So we always leave it up to them. However, we're going over the preliminary findings. Now, by this time, it's pretty concrete. However, there's still, we still go back to our offices. We still review the entire survey. We review our evidence. We review anything else that we could possibly need, and sometimes there are requests for further documents. So please don't be alarmed. We're still gathering our facts. Then what happens is we construct a survey visit report. That survey visit report is reviewed, and then it is sent out to the program administrator. And if there are rules that are met, then a response is not needed. However, if the program elects to provide a response, they are not mandated to, but if they elect to, that survey visit report response is due 45 days prior to the board meeting, which is identified in the letter. So the board meeting's identified in the survey visit report, and so is the date that that response is due. Now, we cannot take anything past that due date. The next piece of the survey visit is the board's approval process. So if the program had an SVR that the rules were all met, that's provided in a board memo to the board. It's in a board summary memo to the board members. If a program has an SVR that has rules unmet, our report with the rule is provided in this memo, and also any response that's been provided by the program administrator. And then our board members are given this document to review. Next slide, please. All right, this talks about submission of information. As Lisa shared, we accept all items via electronic now. We do not have hard copies submitted. For pre-survey visit reports, new programs, submissions, proposals, it's all submitted via the drop. So this kind of gives you an idea. We do, however, take small files such as maybe a conditional progress report or a progress report, and also information regarding new program administrators. That can be submitted to the education email. Curriculum revisions, they're very lengthy in documents, so that has to come through the drop system. Next slide. This is the drop system. So if you need, the instructions are on our website, but if you cannot locate them, please feel free to reach out to us and we'll guide you to where they are. So this is how you would drop what you're sending to us. And it's actually really easy to do. So when you successfully drop it, you'll receive an email, and our education email address will receive an email confirming it. Now, if you don't receive that email, there's something wrong. So that's important. Sometimes there's a little delay with the system in depending, I guess, how many drops are coming in, or so if you don't receive it, I'd say in a couple hours maybe, then definitely reach out to us. I'm not sure of the lag time, but it's really important that you receive that confirmation, because if you're coming down to the deadline of when a PBR is due and you're submitting it, say maybe at, I don't know, 4:59 p.m. and board's office closes at 5, and it doesn't get dropped or sent to us until, I don't know, 8 o'clock at night, we'd really have to look at that. If it's late, or, you know, we want to make sure, and we want you to ensure you're submitting it in a timely fashion as required. Right, next slide. All programs, excuse me, that are on full approval and continued conditional approval and provisional approval are required to submit an education annual report. Next slide. Okay, the reporting period that we are currently in now is July 1st of 2023 to June 30th of 2024. So the data that you're going to be submitting in this annual report is during this time frame. Now, if you're having a curriculum revision per se, and you are not implementing it until 2025, but you're working on it now and it gets board approval, it's not to be submitted in this annual report. It's only what is going on during this annual report time frame. So if you're implementing it in a different time frame, that's where it needs to be reported. The due date is July 31st of 2024. Links are sent to the program administrator. I just have some tips to share with this slide. Make sure when you get the annual report questions, you print them down first. You fill it out with pencil. And then when you're gathering your data, of course, then you complete it. Then you will go into the link to submit your data. So it's really important for you to front load and complete it first on hard copy and then put it into the system. Also, you're going to be sending your curriculum plans to us and also your data chart. And then if there's an action plan that is due for NCLEX scores, you'll be sending that as well. Next slide. Right. There are a few reports that are due to the board, and also I want to share that at any time the board or board staff can request documents regarding program compliance, and that's part of reports to the board. All right, so progress reports, there are two different types, conditional and a progress report. So conditional progress reports are for conditionally approved programs. No other program would be using this template unless they have conditional approval. And there are specific dates of submission for this conditional progress report. Then progress reports, that comes into play maybe with a board approval. So for instance, a program is granted 2 years of full approval with progress reports. So we will include in your board letter the dates that those progress reports are due. And then you would go back through your survey visit, and you may have provided us a survey visit response of how you're fixing the citations that were in your survey visit report. And so we're further looking at the practices of those areas that were cited for the program. So you could submit this in an Excel spreadsheet. You could submit this in a Word document. We're just looking for how the program is meeting and maintaining the rules of the citations that they were given, or a progress report may specifically ask for certain things too. So maybe an IV clinicals, and share with us basically where the clinicals are for IV. So they're part of the report process. And those all have to go to the education email address. If you send them to Lisa or myself, we don't want them to be deemed late. So you could, and we can't forward them off. So you have to submit them to the education email. You could CC us on them as well, though. We appreciate that. I do want to bring up two rules. Rule 4723-5-05, C as in cat. Failure to submit a report required by the board may result in change of the program's approval status. So I just want to share that rule because it's really important. Also, Rule 4723-5-06C. This has to do with the PVR, and it's due 3 weeks prior. If the PVR isn't complete and doesn't have all of the components as I went through in the instructions, it could be deemed late. And so the program would get cited for that rule, for maybe providing us the syllabi or the teaching chart in having the accurate information, or maybe they didn't provide one, you know, those types of things, or maybe they didn't provide, the program didn't provide the evaluation plans. So it's really important that you look at how the rules are all intertwined. Next slide, please. NCLEX rates. I'm going to share with you Q3's NCLEX rates, and then Chantel is going to go through the NCLEX reports, and then we're going to come back to me, and then we'll be wrapping up and answering any questions. So Q3, the PN NCLEX rate was 83.26%, and the RN NCLEX rate was 89.43%. And Chantel has sent all of these scores out to programs as well. All right, Chantel, I'm going to segue it to you.
All right, wanted to unmute myself. Okay, I am going to be discussing the quarterly reports and the submission of discrepancies. All right, you will receive your program's NCLEX quarterly report a couple days, typically following the end of the quarter. The quarter report includes all the students that attempted the NCLEX during that specific quarter, and it is not any sort of an adjusted report that removes any test takers that attempted the NCLEX more than 6 months after graduation. So what you need to do is you or whoever's in charge of reviewing this report then is going to review it for accuracy, and any discrepancies need to be submitted as soon as possible. So this is what your quarterly report looks like. I've X'd out the names, but it tells you the date of their graduation, the date and time of when they took the test, whether they pass or fail, and the repeater is whether or not they have this is their first attempt or could be their second, third, or fourth. And the jurisdiction is where they are applying for licensure. So this table is going to go over the different types of discrepancies. If you look at the first one, the first discrepancy is with Steve Harrington. It's a pretty common, simple mistake. He used the incorrect program code, and when submitting the discrepancies to the education email account, this is the exact format that they should come in. This example is also in the email that holds the reports. So in the first one with Steve Harrington, as I said, he used the incorrect program code, and this is when you know the correct program code, that it should either be yours, or you know that it's he used the BSN program, but he actually was an ADN of your own program. So then you would just put those in the incorrect table. Now then, when submitting the information, if Steve is applying for licensure in California, we do not have the capabilities to go into National Council's database and fix that discrepancy. We actually have to send it down to California, or send it to this basically queue for everyone. And that's why we need to know which jurisdiction if it's not in Ohio, because when we look up his candidate ID from our side, it'll just tell us that there's no one with that candidate ID in the system for Ohio. Okay, so moving down to Max Mayfield. Max is an individual on your report that did not complete your program, and you have no idea which program they completed, but they know it's not, it's not yours. So you're just going to leave the correct field blank and submit it as is. All right, and if you know that there was a candidate that completed your program, but it's not on your NCLEX report, Nancy Wheeler is how you would submit the discrepancy. For this, because you do not have her on your report, it's possible you don't know her candidate ID unless she told you. So that may also be blank. So you would honestly just need to send us just the name of the individual, and we might just have to do some more digging into our e-licensing system to see where exactly her test ended up. And then down with Jim Hopper and Joyce Byers, both of them had an incorrect graduation date. This is probably becoming a more common error. This is the students are sometimes just clicking too quickly through the questions at the beginning of the NCLEX examination and skip right past the entry of graduation date, so it just leaves it blank. Or they may accidentally put the month and birth year of their or the date of their birth instead of their graduation. So then you just need to submit the correct graduation date back to us. All right, next we have one graduation date exception. So if an individual applied for licensure in another state and their form of verifying the date of completion, they do not get the completion letters like we do here in Ohio. They actually get their transcripts. So when if Nancy Wheeler is saying, hey, I'm testing in Kentucky, and you have to send the Kentucky Board of Nursing the transcripts, the date of graduation may not be the same date that was submitted for that cohort who completed and are testing and are getting licensed in Ohio, and the program completion letter date may be different. The date you must use is the date that is on the transcript, which could be the actual graduation date or the ceremony date. It may be different than the date on your program completion letters. That's actually pretty common. We get that a lot as well. I have to send it back and confirm that that's the date on the transcript is the date that you are submitting for completion, because if the other Board of Nursing can't confirm any other date than what's on the transcript, they have to go based off of what's on the transcript. And this I've already discussed, that if they are testing or if they are applying for licensure in another jurisdiction, we need to know which jurisdiction that they are testing or what they are getting licensed in, because we don't have any capabilities to make that discrepancy here. We have to send that along, and that can take some time. So the sooner that we get that information, the better. All right, I'm going to pass it back over to Christy.
Thank you, Chantel. All right, so communication and resources. This is the board's homepage. It has a lot of resourceful information and references. Our pre-licensure programs information are under the continuing and pre-licensure tab. When you scroll to the bottom, you can see updates, announcements. This is where we would guide you. There's tons of information here that will help assist you. Also, if you're looking for law and rule, it's under compliance and regulation. About us, it talks about our board members, our advisory groups, anything of that such as under there, and then of course how to contact us. If you have education questions, please feel free to contact us at the education email, and then if it's a complex question or if it involves something that's program specific, that email is then sent to the designated ERS, which is Lisa or myself. Next slide. And here at the bottom, it's to stay updated. You can subscribe to our newsletter. You put in your email address or your phone number and just click subscribe. Next slide. This is information about the education advisory groups in general, and then you could see where the education advisory group is housed, advisory group on education, and you can click on that. If you are interested, there are open positions that are posted on our website, and it's actually on the front page of our website. If you scroll to the very bottom, you could read about the education advisory positions that are open and the application process, and those applications are accepted through November 6th of 2023. Next slide. This is the charge of the Nursing Education Advisory Group. It's to discuss information and issues related to nursing education programs and provide comment and review on proposed revisions for the Nurse Practice Act and administrative rules relating to nursing education. Next slide. This is the email address for our education unit, education@nursing.ohio.gov. So any questions, please feel free to send to us. Also, any questions regarding this workshop need to be vetted through this email address as well. Next slide. Question and answers. All right, so that concludes my portion of it, but now I believe we're going to go into question and answers with Lisa.
Okay. We're going to go through some of the questions we have. If we don't get to your question, we'll try to respond to you personally. I'll start at the bottom, Christy, and we can just alternate if that's okay for you.
Yeah.
Resume question. Location of educational institution and employer. Does this mean city and state of the college or university where they are located must be on the CV or resume? So I went back and looked at the definition of resume in Rule 1. Let me see, resume, CV, or any other record that summarizes the individual's education, nursing related employment history, including the locations of educational institutions and employers. It doesn't necessarily need to be city or state, but you do need to have some kind of identifying information for the educational institution who granted the degree, including the name. Sometimes I've seen a few that'll just say Masters of Science in Nursing and not include what the university is. Okay.
All right. Next question. Hello, I am participating in the workshop and I have a question. Can we change the clinical attendance policy for all students during the program, or must we wait until the new cohort begins? So there's a few questions here. For example, we have students make up all clinical absences, but with the pandemic, we were more liberal with the number of makeups we could accommodate. We think students are taking advantage of the policy as written. Well, first of all, I would defer you back to progression, because if it's program specific. So we don't regulate students. Remember, the Board of Nursing regulates the programs and the program's actions. So if you have a progression policy and you have a policy regarding attendance and it affects progression and completion, that would have to be implemented with the new cohort. So again, I would defer you back to your policies. And then if you want to reach out to one of us, please feel free, because it's hard to answer this question when we don't have that policy in front, because you are prohibited for changing the requirements of a course with a cohort in accordance to the rules.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It just depends on how the policy's written, so you can just reach out to us and we can review that with you. Let me see. I want to clarify. Can we change one clinical group's hours from clinical to lab for whatever reason, even though the remaining clinical group's clinical hours remain the same? The total number of lab and clinic hours must remain consistent and not change from the curriculum plan. So I think what this question's asking is, let's say you have multiple clinical groups for the same course, let's say clinical group A, B, and C, and perhaps there's a snow day for one of the clinical groups and not for the others. And so, yes, you could change them. There's nothing in the rule that says you could not move them for one clinical group. But first of all, any movement, you have to make sure that you're meeting course objectives or outcomes if you bring them back to lab. And you want to try to treat student groups the same if at all possible. But we certainly wouldn't want you to have to bring back all the clinical groups to lab if they have clinical experiences available, because that one group is. So I would say to try to limit that and to be mindful of treating the groups the same as possible. And communicating to students too. I think that makes a difference.
Right, because you wouldn't want to give up a robust clinical for maybe a clinical site that says, one other site that says, we have ODH here, can you please take your students back? You know, back in the day, you would send them home, you'd make it up the clinical, but I think it was in 2017 that the rule the rule permits you now to bring students back into the lab, but you wouldn't want, I would think that you wouldn't want to lose a robust clinical experience for other students who are scheduled somewhere else. Okay. All right, so there we go. Hello, during the webinar, it was explained that use of mid-high fidelity and OB and PEDS courses can count as clinical hours. Question 1. Does the provision of mid-high fidelity simulation for these courses follow a 1 hour of simulation equals to 2 hours of clinical time? No. Whatever is on your curriculum plan is what we go by. So if you say they're having 8 hours of lab, or I'm sorry, 8 hours of clinical, and you've decided to move or substitute those 8 hours for 100% PEDS and OB simulation, it's 8 hours of lab. Can mid-high fidelity simulation be used for clinical hours in other curriculum clinical courses, such as psychiatric mental health course, perioperative care, or critical care? The rule does not prohibit moving hours from clinical to lab to use simulation in lab, but these types of courses that you've asked about are not, clinicals are not replaced at 100%. The only ones that could be replaced at 100% using mid-moderate or high fidelity simulation are PEDS and OB.
Let me see. MSL. Hello. If a teaching assistant is doing clinical in another state and has an MSL in that state, do they also need an Ohio license? And I assume you're speaking about supervising students in another state. So an MSL, a current valid MSL, multi-state license would suffice as an active valid Ohio license. So they would not need a single state Ohio license if they also have an MSL.
Good afternoon. Is the workshop recorded? Yes, it is. And if so, how to access it? It will be posted on our website.
Or you'll be sent a link. I think once it's posted on the YouTube, I think is where it's at. We'll send a link out to everyone when it's posted of where it's located. Okay, let's see. Thank you for this workshop. You're welcome. We just pulled all licenses for faculty and adjunct faculty, which I assume is teaching assistants. If the faculty has an MSL, is there anything further we need to do? I guess you're talking about the renewal period that ended October 31st is what I'm thinking you're talking about. So if you pull it, we would need to see some sort of license verification, whether it be from e-license or nurses that has the date that they were pulled, to show that it was done prior to the end of the renewal period, which ended October 31st. I think that's what they're asking. If faculty or adjunct faculty have not been used in clinical rotations for several semesters, must they have clinical requirements up to date at all times, or just the updated for their clinical semesters terms they are used? So I think this goes to competency in the clinical area in which they supervise students. Again, it's based on the clinical situation, and it's up to the program to determine what they accept. It's up to you to determine how current, what requirements you want them to have and how current they have to be.
Just something else with this MSL license question. So if you are using registered nurses who are employed by the program as faculty and teaching assistants who have MSLs from different states of residency, such as West Virginia, and they work in Ohio, it's up to the program administrator to know when that license expires, because all of us, meaning the states, are not on the same expiration date. So their renewal period will be different. I really, that's something new that when we look at these MSL license on nurses, we're looking to see when this nursing license expired and then that the verification was pulled, before it expired.
Okay. This one I'll try to answer. Can you please clarify the difference between the issue date and effective date under license activity when verifying a license? And the example below is the candidate not able to start working as a registered nurse until the effective date. So they have an issue date, the sample they sent, it said issue date 6/26/2023 with an effective date of 7/23/2023. The issue date, I believe, is when the license was originally issued, when you're first issued a license, and the effective date is the most recent renewal. So it looks like this person was probably originally issued this license June 26, 2023, which was before the renewal period started July 1st, 2023. So they had to renew, which they did July 23rd, 2023. So the issue date's when it's originally issued, and the effective date is the most current renewal. And I don't know if Lisa Emmerich, if you're listening, if you have anything else to add to that. She may not be on.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's correct. That's correct, Lisa.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the last question that we have is, hello, I am just clarifying the rules regarding the curriculum plan. When I took over as PA, the previous PA took out pharmacology, and I wanted to make sure I can add this back with the start of a new cohort without changing progression. So you have the ability to make changes with the curriculum and the curriculum plan and the requirements to within the courses with the new cohort. So yes, you can add this course back into the curriculum plan that identifies the number of theory hours, lab hours, and clinical hours. And then of course you'd update your handbook and any other policies that may address this, or you also might want to look at the syllabi too to make sure that it all aligns with prerequisites, co-requisites. So yes, you can do this with a new cohort, and it does not require board approval. You would also report it in the annual report. I forgot to say that.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions that was forwarded to them that they want to answer? No. Well, that concludes our presentation. Thank you very much. Again, if you have any questions that come up in the meantime, please feel free to email us at education@nursing.ohio.gov, and we appreciate your time and attention. Thank you.